All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Jacob Melton live here with West Michigan weather. We're coming on live here because we do have a severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued for Berrien County. Give me just a second to get things set up here. And again, this severe thunderstorm warning is going to be for southwestern portions of Berrien County. This is going to go for the next hour. It is a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is for a line of thunderstorms that really got going towards the Chicago area. It is now quickly approaching uh, Berrien County and southwest Michigan. So this is a very strong line of storms capable of producing some wind damage as it continues to move off again to the northeast, and will be moving into Berrien County over the next little while. So reading off the warning text from the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Berrien County. This warning is going to go until 1:30 p.m. this afternoon. At 12:37 p.m., severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 7 miles to the northwest of Beverly Shores to near Valparaiso to near Wheatfield. It is moving off to the northeast at around 45 miles per hour. Again, our primary hazard here is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Source is radar indicated. Impact, expect considerable tree damage, Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings. Some locations impacted include, some of these are Indiana locations, but Michigan City, LaPorte, St. Joseph, Westville, Trail Creek, Bridgman, New Buffalo, Three Oaks, Kingsford Heights, Long Beach, Stevensville, Wanata, La Crosse, Potawatomi Park, Shorewood Tower Hill area, Shorewood Tower Hills Harbert, the Hannah area, Baroda, Shoreham, and Galion area. If you're in any of these areas, I'm calling out for your protection. Move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And again, this is one of those little more serious storms with that considerable damage tag. So right now we're on our how hard is it raining mode or reflectivity. Let's go to our velocity mode, which that is which way is the wind blowing and how strong is it mode. And as you can see, we are seeing mainly to the southwest over Valparaiso on this radar. This is the northern Indiana radar. Sometimes you want to go to surrounding radar, see if it has a little bit better view. We'll go to the Chicago radar. And I think the Chicago radar is doing a little bit better job of showing the wind potential in this case. You see some of these brighter reds, and once you get into the oranges, that is 60 plus mile per hour winds. And taking a look at it, this is a few thousand feet up, but we are seeing 60 to 70 mile per hour velocities across along this line as it continues to move off to the northeast. I will also mention that near the Chicago area a little bit ago, this was near the Chicago Midway Airport, they had a 79 mile per hour wind gust that was recorded. That was around 45 minutes ago, again at the Midway Airport near Chicago. So very, very gusty winds with these storms as they continue to move off to the northeast. We'll go ahead and do a storm track on this. Let me get my motion straight. So we'll track one of these stronger winds areas off to the northeast. Let me correct the storm motion to 45 miles per hour. And that I do see we have a new special weather statement coming in up to the north. We'll take a look at that in just a moment. But some locations that could be impacted by these very, very strong winds. And that is going to be New Buffalo Township around 1258, New Troy around 114, Bridgman around 116, Stevensville around 122, Berrien Springs around 129, and the Sodus area around 132. Especially in the Stevensville, Bridgman, the New Troy area, New Buffalo Township, do not wait. You'll want to be heading indoors right now. As these storms approach, winds will probably pick up pretty significantly. Again, we have severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. In fact, it appears within the last few minutes we had a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust. This is in northwest Indiana. Oops, hold on. Let me clear the storm track. There we go. In northwest Indiana near the Hobart area, that is a 65-mile-per-hour wind gust. And again, we had a 79-mile-per-hour wind gust near the Midway Airport near Chicago. We also have some reports of wind damage in northeast Illinois, train spotter near the Homewood area in Cook County, Illinois. Train spotter reports a few 3 to 4 inch diameter branches down in Homewood. Time estimated by radar. What time should the storm hit in Cedar Springs? Just so I have a heads up, because I'm in a mobile home. Brianna's asking that on Facebook. I will say Cedar Springs, give me a couple hours. I would estimate it to be potentially hit the Cedar Springs area. This is the northern portion of the line here. We be watching for here. So I can actually do a longer range storm track, just as long as it's going to let me. We'll go 50 miles per hour on that. Let me zoom in a little bit, try and get Cedar Springs on there for you. Again, do not take this as gospel, but probably, at least according to, if this track holds, I would say around 3 o'clock. At least according to this track for Cedar Springs. Again, give or take a little bit of time. This is an estimate, but around 3 o'clock, at least as of right now. We'll let you know if that changes, Brianna, but that is an estimate as of right now. Yep. Copy, I do have you. Thank you. And on the left, as you can see, we do have Jonah out in the field, and Owen as well. I think will be joining him. Just some behind the scenes stuff. You're welcome, Brianna. I understand that some people are not necessarily a fan of storms. I can understand that. So just stick with us. We'll get through this together this afternoon and evening. I do want to go up north real quick. Let me go to the Grand Rapids radar. We do have a special weather statement that has gone up. This is going to be for portions of Mason, Lake Oceana, and Newaygo counties. This is for V storms that have kind of flared up to the north of the main line of storms. These are currently not severe, but could be producing wind gusts up to around 40 miles per hour. So that's going to be areas like Free Soil Township, Fountain, the Custer areas down towards Colfax. That'll be moving into the Baldwin area over the next little bit. Again, we'll be watching these storms too. They are currently not severe. They do stretch up towards the Manistee areas and up towards Traverse City as well. These are currently not severe. We'll be watching them too, but our main concern right now is really to the south, with this very, very strong line of thunderstorms with a history of producing damaging winds. Moving on to northeast Illinois into northwest Indiana, and we'll be moving into southwest Michigan here shortly. We are watching a few cells that are kind of developing out ahead of the line as well. Like I see this one just north of the Sturgis area. Not looking like a major deal at this time, but we will be watching as well in case we do have, and then some other cells that are starting to pop up. We'll have to watch these. I'm not too concerned about them right now. Again, our main concern is going to be with this line of storms that will be moving into southwest Michigan over the next little bit. Taking a look again at radar, we'll go to the Chicago radar again. The strong line of thunderstorms is moving into the New Buffalo Township area as I speak to you here. You're likely noticing the winds pick up. Taking a look at velocities, we're still seeing signs at least on radar here, for the potential of 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Let me pull up my inspector tool, and again, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. In fact, a little bit higher over Lake Michigan. 60 to maybe 75 mile per hour winds over the lake right now. Again, this is a bit higher up from radar, but I do think at least 50, 60 mile per hour winds are likely reaching the surface. That will be the case in Berrien County over the next little bit. I do want to go ahead and then we will also have to watch the leading edge of this line too. Let me go back to reflectivity so you get a little bit better look. We will have to watch these little kinks that form from time to time on the front of the line. Sometimes you can get little areas of spin, and that could enhance the damaging wind potential. Or, while I think the chances are relatively low today, I cannot completely rule out a spin-up tornado or two across the area. Again, I think, and it looks like we have Bryce with us as well. So, but again, we are not super concerned about a tornado threat today. Mainly damaging winds, I think, will be the bigger concern here. There's also a low-end hail threat, but by and large, I think our main threat today will be damaging winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. In fact, and with the 79 mile per hour wind gusts recorded earlier near the Chicago area, I cannot fully rule out an isolated instance of a damaging wind gust over 70 miles per hour, maybe up to 80 miles an hour. I don't think that'll be a widespread thing, but one or two wind gusts of that caliber cannot be fully ruled out. And if that does happen, that's when we start getting concerned about a little more significant damage from these storms, because that's as strong as of a weak tornado. And at the end of the day, wind is wind. It does not matter if it's straight line or rotating. It's going to do damage regardless. So you'll want to take these storms seriously. If you get under a warning, you'll definitely want to be in that sturdy structure away from those windows, preferably on the lower floors if you can get there. And you'll just want to definitely be inside as these storms move through. So again, our only severe thunderstorm warning locally right now is for southwestern Berrien County. That does go until 1:30 p.m. this evening. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. Right now for Berrien, Cass, St. Joseph, Branch, and Hillsdale counties, there is a mesoscale discussion. We are expecting additional watch issuance for more of West Michigan, probably in the next little bit here as this line approaches. Again, our main area, if I have to quickly highlight our main area of concern for wind damage, I can quickly highlight it here. Give me just a second. If there is an area I'm going to be more concerned about wind damage, it's probably going to be from, we'll say, roughly Grand Haven up to like the Alma area, up towards Saginaw, and up to the thumb. In fact, give me just a second here. I can actually pull up the mesoscale discussions. I just gotta make sure I have the right key here. Give me just a second. Mesoscale discussions are going to be Alt-Shift-M. Okay. I just pulled up the mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. That is this red outline you're seeing here on the map. This area in particular, so that stretches from like the Howland, Port Sheldon area up towards Greenville, up towards the Ithaca area, then up towards Saginaw and the Thumb. That area and point south is going to be our main concern for damaging winds this afternoon and evening. Storms further to the north, we'll be watching those as well, just in case they do turn severe. It's still a possibility up there, but the better parameters, at least for damaging wind potential, is going to be for pretty much along, near and south of I-96 is pretty much what we'll be saying, especially south of M46. Along and south of M46 is where we'll mainly be focusing. In this red outlined area is our main focus. For damaging wind potential, we cannot fully rule out some isolated instances of large hail, maybe up to $half size, and we cannot rule out a brief spin-up tornado or two. But again, our main concern, in case it's not already clear, is going to be damaging winds. So we are expecting severe thunderstorm watch issuance to occur for additional portions of West Michigan, likely in the next hour or so. And we will see that come across live as it is issued. So I'm going to take off the mesoscale discussion layer, and we're going to go back to our severe thunderstorm warning. Again, New Buffalo Township, that is our main area of concern right now. Bridgman, the Free Oaks. Copy, thank you. Alright, so as you can see on the screen here, we have a new severe thunderstorm watch that has been issued. It does include pretty much all of Lower Michigan, with the exception of Mason and Oceana counties. Those two counties are the lucky ones who are not in this severe thunderstorm watch. But we now have severe thunderstorm watches again for all of the West Michigan weather coverage area and most of Lower Michigan, with the exception of Mason and Oceana counties. That is going to be in effect until 8 o'clock p.m. this evening. And again, that is for the potential of... Let me pull up the details here behind the scenes real quick. Let me pull those up. Alright, so... trying to pull some details here. Give me just a second. Alright, so just bear with me just for a second. We're trying to get the details here. Alright, so our main concern is going to be damaging winds. Scattered wind gusts up to 80 miles per hour will be possible with this watch. Within the watch area, 80 miles per hour, scattered gusts. In addition to that, we do have concerns for isolated hail up to ping pong size, ball size and diameter. Isolated instances of hail up to that size. And we will also be watching for the possibility, again, a lower end threat for a brief spin-up tornado or two within the watch area. So, again, all counties in this kind of pink shading here, that is going to be your severe thunderstorm watch. That does go until 8 p.m. this evening. I do think storms will be east of the area by then, and we will see this watch be trimmed back as these storms push off to the east. So again, severe thunderstorm watch for the vast majority of our coverage area until 8 p.m. except for Mason and Oceana counties. Going back to our severe thunderstorm warning for southwestern Berrien County. Again, New Buffalo, you're likely seeing a rain, very, very gusty winds. If you are in southwest Berrien County and you happen to be watching, please feel free to let us know what's going on, how windy it is, if you have any damage, if you could do so safely. We would greatly appreciate that information. You can let us know in chat. We are watching our chat here. You can also go to our website at westmichiganweather.net. We do have a place where you can submit those storm reports. That link is going to be, give me just a second here. It's going to be westmichiganweather.net/report is where that link is going to be. That is where you can go submit those storm reports. Again, please be safe while submitting those storm reports. I don't want, unless you're trained, I don't want people going out into the middle of the storm to submit a storm report to us. I would rather see a damage report after the fact if you can do so safely. But again, if you can, let us know what's going on, especially in southwest Berrien County, but really across the area today as these storms move through. We would greatly appreciate those reports. So again, we're going to take a look at velocities again. And we'll go back to Chicago radar. I think that's doing a little better job of showing our wind potential. New Buffalo Township, you just likely had an area, very gusty winds. Pass on by, still indicating 60 to 70 miles per hour winds potentially. East of the New Buffalo area, that'll be in Three Oaks in the next couple of minutes. And then over the lake. So this is going to be for areas for like Bridgman, Rosemary Beach, up towards Stevenston, Shoreham, and also the St. Joseph area. We are indicating very high winds, potentially 60 to 70 miles per hour being indicated, at least on the Chicago radar. This is a bit higher up, but I do think there's decent potential for at least 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts, if not up to 70. I'm going to do a storm track on this area of high winds. Let me turn the inspector tool off and double check our storm motion real quick before I do that. 45 miles per hour. Oops. Track that off to the northeast. And that's 45 miles per hour. I'll go 50 miles per hour just to be on the safe side. That's going to be in the Shoreham area around 121. The St. Joseph area around 125. The Lake Michigan Beach area around 136. The Coloma area around 137. The Keeler area around 142. Covert around 144. And Hartford around 145. I do anticipate additional severe thunderstorm warning issuance to become necessarily shortly for more of Berrien County and also eventually Van Buren County. So if you are in these areas, I would be getting ready to take shelter when that warning is issued. We'll go back to our reflectivity product now. And again, very, very strong line of thunderstorms moving into southwest Michigan over the next little bit. Will eventually be lifting northeast and impacting more of West Michigan over the next little while. Again, besides this line of storms, we are also watching additional storms. We do have a special weather statement that is in effect for portions of Mason, Oceana, Newaygo, and Lake counties. These storms are currently not severe, but they are capable of producing winds up to 40 miles per hour. In addition to some brief heavy downpours and lightning. So like if you're in the Baldwin area, you're likely hearing the thunder, seeing the lightning, maybe some downpours in around the Baldwin area. That's up through Peacock, mainly in Lake County at this point. There's another cell that has kind of flared up north of Ludington. These storms again are currently not severe, but we'll still be watching those storms along with any storms that do develop in our severe thunderstorm watch area over the next little while. So again, we do only have, besides the severe thunderstorm watch that is in effect for much of the area, our only severe thunderstorm warning right now is for Berrien County. I am expecting additional warnings to be issued as this line of storms continues to work through. But if you're in New Buffalo Township, very heavy downpours are ongoing right now. Bridgman, you're likely noticing the winds start to pick up. You will see the downpours pick up very shortly. Same for the Stevensville. Copy. Alright, so Jonah just mentioned something behind the scenes. We could have the potential, let me look from the Grand Rapids radar. We do have the potential of a rear inflow jet developing with this storm. We can kind of see it on velocities. We might have a rear inflow jet starting to develop. That is one of those things that we start to see with these lines of storms that start to produce more in the way of damaging winds. Potentially a little bit higher up there in impact. So we will be watching that as well. We are seeing signs of a rear inflow jet beginning to develop. So we'll have to be watching that as well. But again, if you're in southwestern Berrien County, you need to be indoors right now. This line of storms, it's coming in quickly, and it has quite the punch to it. Again, this is a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning. You will notice that with a little bit different of an orange shading and also that damage threat considerable tag. That is for the potential of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We're not too concerned about hail. That is mainly small hail. Right now, we don't have a tornado threat with it. This is all straight line winds. However, these winds can be as strong as a weak tornado, especially once you start getting above 70 miles per hour. That's just as strong as a weak tornado. And at the end of the day, wind is wind. Does not matter if it's straight line or if it's rotating. Doesn't really matter. It's still going to cause damage. So if you are in New Troy, Bridgman, Stevensville, Shoreham, St. Joseph, you need to be heading indoors right now. You need to be preferably in that interior room on the lowest floor. Stay away from those windows and just be safe as these storms move through. These storms are moving a little bit on the quicker side. We'll say at 45 miles per hour. Not awfully fast, but not awfully slow either. So these storms will not be sticking around way too long over a certain area. And once these storms move through, your severe threat will likely be done for today. And I think earlier we communicated the 12 to 8 p.m. time frame. While that general time frame does hold, I do think by around dinner time, so 5, 6 o'clock, these storms will be east of our area and will be more in southeast lower. So I do think, based on current trajectory, the around 5, 6 p.m. time frame is when I think we will be done with severe weather potential in our local area. Just as a general guesstimate as of right now. That can change slightly still, but at least as of now, that's when I'm thinking we'll be done locally with our severe weather potential. So again, this is our only severe warning right now. It is for southwestern Berrien County. Again, we do have special weather statements further to the north. But these storms are not severe at this time. I'm not super concerned for severe weather at the current moment. We'll still be watching these. And any cells that kind of develop ahead of the line too, we'll have to watch. Again, I'm not seeing anything super concerning with any of them right now, but we will be watching those if they do develop into something a little more significant. We're going to take a look at velocity. This is going to be from the Grand Rapids radar. Alright, they are updating our severe thunderstorm warning. They are continuing the considerable tag for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. This warning does continue for the next 20 minutes or so until 1:30. They have upped the speed of the storm a little bit. It is now moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. 60 miles per hour now is a storm motion, so it's picked up a little bit of speed from our earlier warnings. So let me just do a general storm track. With that updated storm motion, I'll do a couple. Let me go back to Chicago. Unfortunately, we are getting out of range of the Chicago radar, but I can still do a couple of storm tracks for the higher winds. We'll do this one near the Three Oaks area. Moving to the northeast at around 60 miles per hour. It's going to bring it into the Berrien Springs area around 128. The Eau Claire area around 131. The Wajak around 139. Keeler area around 142. The Volhynia area around 147. And also Decatur around 149. So, and again, we're going to do another storm track off further to the northeast. Let me move just the map slightly. That's going to be for this area of high winds near St. Joseph. As that moves off to the northeast at around 60 miles per hour. We're going to take it into St. Joseph in the next couple of minutes, around 121. The Coloma area around 131. Covert near the around 137. The Hartford area around 138, Lawrence around 144, Bangor around 144 as well. Breedsville around 147, and the Lee area around 151. Again, we do expect additional warnings to be issued as this line of storms continues to move off to the northeast. And you can kind of see it on the Chicago radar. We are going to be watching these little areas of rotation that do develop along the leading edge of this line. Like there's maybe a little bit of rotation northwest of the St. Joseph. Storm relative velocity does a little bit better job of showing that. We are watching these little areas of rotation that develop on the leading edge of the line. There's one near the northwest of St. Joseph over Lake Michigan, and also to the west of South Haven. We are watching these little areas of rotation that do develop on the leading edge of the line. Again, sometimes you can get little areas of spin. Those could be brief tornadoes, or at the very least, enhanced area of damaging straight line winds. And again, at the end of the day, wind is wind. Does not matter if it's rotating or straight line. It's still going to cause damage. So you'll want to take these storms very seriously as they continue to lift northeast across the area. It does look like this is outside of our coverage area, but if we do have people that may be watching in the South Bend area that is outside of our coverage area, you are under severe thunderstorm warnings now for the potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This does not include any of our coverage area counties at this time, but we do expect that to change shortly. We do expect at least additional warnings to be issued for Berrien County fairly shortly. Probably in the next couple of minutes. So if you're in the St. Joseph area, Waterville, Sodus, Eau Claire, Berrien Springs, Niles, Bertrand area as well. Just a heads up, we do think a severe thunderstorm warning will be required for the potential of wind gusts between 60 and 70 miles per hour. So I would be getting ready to head indoors in these areas because these storms are right on your doorstep. They are moving to the northeast at around 60 miles per hour. So they are moving relatively quickly. So I would anticipate a new warning being required for the rest of Berrien County here shortly. And I would also think warnings will eventually become necessary, or at least the western portions of Van Buren County as well. That's going to be up to the Weather Service in both northern Indiana and Grand Rapids ultimately, but I do anticipate additional warnings becoming necessary shortly. I do want to go real quick. We do also have our teams out in the field. We can go to their feed really quick. They are currently located near Saranac. We do have additional warnings coming in for Berrien and Cass County. We'll go to that really quick. But as you can see, we do have our team out in the field. We do have Jonah, Owen, and Bryce out in the field, currently near Saranac. They will be intercepting these storms as they move across across West Michigan as well. Particularly southern portions of West Michigan is going to be our area of greatest concern. But we do have our team out in the field as well, and we'll be able to get some views of these storms as they continue to move off to the northeast. Going to our new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. They have opted not to go over considerable tag for this warning. This is a base severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is going to be in effect until 2 p.m. this afternoon. Again, this is going to be for western Cass County, along with portions of Berrien County not already in this other severe thunderstorm warning. So it's going to be most of Berrien County, excluding the southwestern portion around New Buffalo. And then also western Cass County, so areas like St. Joseph, Waterville, Sodus, Stevensville, Bridgman, New Troy, the Gallion area, Bertrand, Niles, Berrien Springs. If you are in any of these areas I'm calling out right now, you need to be heading indoors right now, preferably in that sturdy structure, preferably away from those windows and on the lower floors. As these storms continue to move, as these storms move in, you'll likely notice the winds pick up. We do have the potential for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with these storms. I do not have a tornado possible tag on it, but we have been seeing, at least on some radar sources, a little bit of spin along the leading edge of these lines. Again, you have to watch these little kinks in the line that can develop from time to time. Sometimes you can get a little bit of spin along the leading edge. Like I'm seeing maybe near the Fairplane area, we might be seeing a little bit of that. Nothing that immediately screams tornado on the ground to me, but just something we will be watching from time to time. Maybe a little bit of spin west of the Buchanan area as well. Again, nothing that immediately screams a tornado on the ground to me, but we just have to watch the leading edge of these lines of storms sometimes. Sometimes you can get that little bit of spin on the leading edge that could, produce a weak tornado or enhance the damaging wind spread a little bit further. At the end of the day, wind is wind, guys. Again, I'll be mentioning this a lot today. Wind is wind. Does not matter if it's rotating or straight line, it's still going to cause damage. So just keep that in mind as we head throughout the day. So again, we got severe thunderstorm warnings currently for Berrien and Cass County. This considerable tag warning is going to expire in the next 10 minutes. If you are in New Buffalo, the strongest part of your storms are now off to the east. I would still stay inside. We are still seeing lightning in the area. But the strongest part of this storm and the strongest winds are now off to your east. If you are in St. Joseph, the Shoreham areas, Stevensville, Bridgman, and New Troy, you are in the thick of this storm right now. Very, very gusty winds and very, very heavy rainfall. And again, if you are in Berrien and Cass counties, and if you have any, if you want to let us know what's going on, we would greatly appreciate that. If you have wind reports or damage reports or anything of that sort, feel free to let us know. You can do so in chat. I am watching chat here. You can also let us know on social media and on our website at westmichiganweather.net, where we have a place to submit those storm reports if you can do so safely. Looks like we got new severe thunderstorm warnings coming in now. This is going to be for Allegan and Van Buren County, roughly the western two-thirds of Allegan County and all of Van Buren County. This warning is going to go until let me pull that up, 2:15 this afternoon. This is going to be for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. These are moving to the northeast at 60 miles per hour. Again, our primary hazard here is wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Source on that's going to be radar indicated. Some severe thunderstorms will be near the South Haven, Hartford, and Van Buren State Park areas around 1:30. Bangor around 1:35. Saugatuck around 1:40. Fenville around 1:45 p.m. Allegan around 1:55 p.m. Other locations impacted by these severe thunderstorms include the Burnips area, Lawrence, Hopkins, Pullman, Glendale, Breedsville, Gobbles area, Ganges, and Douglas. If you are in any of these areas I'm calling out, for your protection, you want to move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. And again, that is for this very, very strong line of thunderstorms with a history of wind damage across northeastern Illinois and very gusty winds as well across northeastern Illinois and northwest Indiana. It is now moving into southwest Michigan, and we will be watching for the potential of damaging winds as this line of storms continues to lift off to the northeast. We are on our reflectivity mode right now. That is going to be the how hard is it raining mode. We'll go to our velocities, which is the which way is the wind blowing and how strong is it mode. And as you can see, we are seeing a lot of bright colors here. This is on the Grand Rapids radar. We are seeing winds of 60, at least over 60 miles an hour. Potentially approaching 70 miles an hour in spots, 60 to 65. mile/hour velocities is mainly what I'm seeing at this time. We are, again, watching maybe a little bit. Let me check on that. Maybe a little area of spin northwest of Lake Michigan Beach near the Braywood area. I'll be heading towards Braywood, Linden Hills. Eventually, maybe Crystal Beach as well, if that does hold together. Maybe a little bit of spin there. Again, we're not super concerned about tornadoes today, but we still can get 1 to 2 spin ups, or at the very least, enhanced damaging straight line winds. So we'll need to be paying attention to that as that continues to move on shore. Let me do a couple more storm tracks for you. Let me loop it really quickly, just get my bearings straight here. We'll track this off to the northeast first. Just bear with me. We go 60 miles per hour. Okay, so South Haven 139, Lee around 149, Allegan State Game Area around 157, Allegan around 202, Hopkins around 209, and Dorr around 215. That is for the very gusty winds on the leading edge. We'll go ahead and do another storm track for this more northern area of damaging winds. Track that off to the northeast at around 60 miles per hour. That's going to take it into the Ganges area around 146, Douglas around 148, Holland around 157, the Overijssel area around 159, Jamestown, this is going to be for southern Ottawa County, around 210, Hudsonville around 211, the Dorr area around 212, and eventually in the southwestern Kent counties, so areas like Granville around 217, Walker 220, Kentwood 220, the Grand Rapids Metro around 223, and Caledonia around 244. Again, if these storms do hold together, which I do think they have a decent chance of doing so, we'll be watching for the potential of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Further to the south, I will mention that if you're in southwest Berrien County, so areas like New Buffalo, they are allowing this severe thunderstorm warning. This will be allowed to expire at 1:30. The storms which prompted the warning have moved out of the area, therefore the warning will be allowed to expire. However, heavy rain is still possible with thunderstorms. A severe thunderstorm watch does remain in effect until 6 p.m. But if you are in the New Buffalo area, and to the west of Free Oaks especially, these storms have cleared your area. We're not really anticipating additional severe weather today in southwestern Berrien County, so New Buffalo, you're done with the severe weather now. If you are in St. Joseph, you're likely still seeing heavy rain, gusty winds. Sodus, Berrien Springs, it's starting to pick up. Buchanan, Niles, the Bertrand area, it's likely starting to pick up. Watervliet, it's picking up in the next couple of minutes. It will also be picking up in South Haven, Covert, Lee, the Bangor area, Hartford, Keeler, over towards Ganges and Douglas as well, Overijssel and Holland. We are expecting things to pick up in the next little bit as well. So again, we do have multiple counties under severe thunderstorm warnings now. Mainly Allegan, Van Buren counties. Those counties are in effect until 2:15 p.m. Your severe thunderstorm warnings. We have severe thunderstorm warnings for Berrien and Cass County, mainly eastern Berrien and western Cass County. That is going to be in effect until 2 o'clock. And we do expect additional warnings to be issued throughout the afternoon and evening as this line of storms continues to work through the area. And we also still have a special weather statement in effect for the next 20 minutes or so. However, I'm not really seeing anything too concerning. Those storms which prompted the statement earlier have really moved off to the north, up into the Traverse City area. So right now, our only active severe thunderstorm warnings. Storms of concern are in southwest Michigan. They will be working to the northeast across the area, and we will be watching for damaging wind potential, along with the lower end potential for large hail up to ping pong ball size. I really think that's going to be with these cells that are trying to develop out ahead of the line. Like there's a few along the US 12 corridor we are watching right along the state line. These cells that are trying to develop out ahead of it is where we'll be watching, I think, for a little bit more of that hail potential. And there is also the potential, very low end in my opinion, of a brief spin up tornado or two. Again, I'm not really too concerned about tornadoes today, but the threats, there's still a low chance. You can get some storm scale interactions or other little factors that can cause those spin ups from time to time. And I think the overall threat of that is relatively low, but non-zero, so we'll be watching as well. Our main concern by far today is going to be damaging straight line winds. Some gusts, according to the Severe Thunderstorm Watch, could be significant at up to 80 miles per hour. I think that will be relatively isolated in nature if it does happen. Most gusts I tend to think will be in the 60 to 70 mile per hour range. If they do occur, which near Michigan City, Indiana, this is a marine wind gust of 62 miles an hour that occurred 45 minutes ago as the storms were moving into southwest Berrien County. Which again, if you are in these areas under severe thunderstorm warnings, and if you have storm reports to pass along to us, if you could do so safely, we would greatly appreciate those. So again, I want you to submit those reports safely if you can. I don't want you, unless you're trained, I don't want you out in the middle of the storms trying to get a report of what's happening to us. Please do so safely. Just let us know in your safe spot. Let us know what's happening if you're able to. Again, you can let us know in chat what you're seeing. You can let us know on social media or on our website at westmichiganweather.net/report is where we have a place you can submit those storm reports to us. If you can do so safely, that would be greatly appreciated. So again, if you're in Berrien County, you're in the thick of this storm right now, particularly central and eastern Berrien County. Western Cass County, you're going to be entering the thick of this pretty soon, and also portions of Van Buren and Cass County. We're going a little velocity tour again, and we're still seeing concerns for high winds heading towards Allegan and Van Buren counties. They are updating our severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like. At 1:25 p.m., 63 mile per hour wind gusts were reported at the Benton Harbor ASOS station. So Benton Harbor, we had 63 mile per hour wind gusts. This is according to our, from the National Weather Service. A 63 mile per hour wind gusts were reported at the Benton Harbor ASOS station. This was at 1:25 p.m., so within the last few minutes. So we do have observed severe level winds occurring with these storms. So if you are in Allegan and Van Buren counties, you need to be heading indoors right now. We do have observed 60 mile per hour wind gusts ongoing with these storms. In Berrien County near the Benton Harbor area, we had a 63 mile per hour wind gust occur within the last few minutes. So again, you need to be taking these storms rather seriously. You need to be getting indoors in the Waterville area, Covert, South Haven, Ganges, Douglas, Bangor area over towards Paw Paw, Allegan, Overijssel, and Holland as well. You should be getting indoors right now. Again, we do have observed wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Again, a 63 mile per hour wind gust was recorded at Benton Harbor, near Benton Harbor in the last few minutes. And on Doppler velocity here, as you can see, we are in a wind mode right now. These bright colors here, that is your high winds. I'm still seeing velocities over 60 miles an hour in spots. And we'll go to our storm relative velocity. We are watching maybe a little bit of rotation as well. Southwest of South Haven. Again, nothing immediately tornadic, I don't think. But at the very least, damaging straight line winds will be moving in with these storms. as they move off to the northeast. Again, within the last few minutes, near Benton Harbor, we had a 63-mile-per-hour wind gust. So again, you need to be covert. You're likely noticing the winds start to pick up. Braywood, Linden Hills, that'll be moving into the Wildwood, Crystal Beach, Maple Grove corners, Indian Grove, and South Haven as well. Give me just a second. I can actually do a storm track for this. Let me do another storm track of these higher area of higher winds moving to the northeast at around 60 miles per hour. That's going to be moving into the covert area right about now, 136, but I'm moving in right now. The Breedsville area around 146, Lee around 150, Bloomingdale around 153, Allegan around 202, Watson around 208, Plainwell, you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning yet. You'll probably be under one relatively soon, so this is an early heads up. Around 209, Hopkins around 209, Dorr around 215, Wayland around 216, Orangeville around 218, Prairieville around 219, the Irving area around 226, and Caledonia around 226 as well. So, and that's going to be in the southern Kent County we'll be watching as well. So again, very high winds with these storms. We have observed gusts over severe criteria, 63 miles per hour. Within the last 10 minutes or so at Benton Harbor. That's going to be in northern Berrien County. So you should be taking these storms rather seriously as they move off to the northeast. So we're on our wind mode right now. We'll go to our reflectivity mode. In addition to the high winds, you'll likely have some very, very heavy downpours. Also some frequent lightning with these storms. And at least on the Grand Rapids radar, we might be seeing a little, actually on the Northern Indiana radar as well. North of Eau Claire, we might be seeing a little bit of a hail core, maybe some smaller hail near the Naomi area. Let me throw on our hail tracker real quick. And this is a little bit delayed, but we are seeing a little bit of a hail core near the Eau Claire area that moved into the Naomi area. Maybe some small hail there. Definitely not a very large hail signal, I don't think, but maybe some small hail in that area as these storms continue to lift off to the northeast. We are also watching some of these cells that have formed ahead of the line near the Constantine and White Pigeon area. Maybe some heavier downpours and small hail. Some heavier downpours in Branch County near the Madison area. That'll be heading over towards the Coldwater area. Actually, it's going to stay northwest of Coldwater, I think, but near the Madison area. And then maybe some downpours and stronger storms up to the north as well. This special weather statement that's in effect to the north across Mason, Oceana, Newaygo, and Lake counties, this will expire in the next 10 minutes. I'm not really seeing anything super concerning up here, just maybe some heavier downpours in spots. But we'll be watching up here as well in case anything does develop. But our main concern right now by far is going to be for across southwest Michigan, especially right now, and really across southern Michigan is going to be our main area of concern for damaging winds later today. Throughout the afternoon, I should say. Throughout the day. So, again, if you get under a severe thunderstorm warning, you should take it seriously. You should head indoors and plan to be on the lower floors and away from those windows. We also had a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. In addition to the 63-mile-per-hour gust we had near Benton Heights at the Berrien Harbor, airside automated station near Benton Heights. We had a 63-mile-per-hour wind gust at 125. We've also had, this is closer to a half hour ago, the weather flow station at St. Joseph Pier reported a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust as well. So we do have observed gusts around or over 60 miles per hour of these storms as they lift off to the northeast. So again, if you are in Hartford, you're likely noticing the wind pick up right now. Keeler, you're likely noticing the wind pick up. Covert, the downpours and winds, pretty high right now. Same goes for South Haven. Also, that will be picking up in the Ganges and Douglas areas. Also, eventually Holland with time as well as these storms lift off to the northeast. We will be watching for the potential of damaging winds. We'll go back. Right now, we're on the how hard is it raining mode. I just want to see our velocities again. And these brighter greens here into the blue colors you're starting to see, kind of the aqua colors, those are your damaging winds. We are still showing wind gusts up to around 60 miles per hour, at least on radar, over the Covert area, heading into South Haven, and then further to the north, 50 to 60 mile per hour winds being indicated. West of the Douglas and Ganges area, that'll be lifting into the Holland area over the next several minutes. And southwest of South Haven, I am seeing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds being indicated on radar. Southwest of the South Haven area, that'll be moving into South Haven and mainly areas just to the north of there over the next little bit. They are updating our severe thunderstorm warning to the south. They are putting out an update to that. Let me go back to reflectivity real quick. The severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect for eastern Berrien County. If you are in St. Joseph, Stevensville, Fairplain, the Baroda, Glendora, and Galion areas, those severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped for those areas. So the western half of Berrien County, you are clear from the severe thunderstorm threat. You're still seeing rain. You're likely still hearing some thunder and seeing a little bit of lightning. But the severe weather threat has passed off to your east. It is mainly eastern Berrien and western Cass counties that are of concern right now. And that will be moving across the rest of Cass County here shortly. So Cassopolis, Penn, Volhynia, Marcellus. I believe warnings will eventually be issued for the rest of Cass County as these storms continue to move off to the northeast at around 55 miles per hour. Taking a look at velocity here, we are watching maybe a little bit of rotation. Near the Niles area, we might be seeing a little bit of spin. The same goes just south of the state line, near the state line area, just southeast of Bertrand. Maybe a little bit of spin there. That would be moving into the Edwardsburg, near the Edwardsburg area over the next little bit. We're just seeing a couple areas of some potential spin. Not necessarily that screams tornado to me, but could at least be areas of enhanced wind. Again, we do have observed 60 mile per hour wind gusts or higher in Berrien County, so these are very strong wind producers. I do think the Grand Rapids radar is looking a little bit higher up from here, but it is also doing a little bit better job of showing the winds within these storms, I think. So if you're in Eau Claire, Berrien Springs, you're likely noticing the heavy rainfall right now. That's kind of on the back edge of the storms as we're seeing the higher wind. We're going to take a look at that. But again, the Wajak, it's likely starting to pick up right now. Pokagon, Keeler, Hartford, the Bangor areas, it's likely picking up. South Haven, it's starting to pick up. That'll be picking up in Ganges and Douglas as well over the next several minutes, where we are seeing some concerns for gusty winds as well. So again, if you are in Van Buren, Allegan, Berrien, and Cass counties, and you're being impacted by these storms, feel free to let us know what you're seeing. Like if you could let us know in chat, I am monitoring chat here. You can also let us know on social media or on our website at westmichiganweather.net, www.westmichiganweather.net/reports. That is where you can submit those storm reports to us. If you feel up to it. So again, very strong thunderstorms with a history of producing damaging winds. We're moving across southwest Michigan. They'll be moving, I really think, our southern half of our coverage area. So I'll be honest, along and south of M46, I think has a little bit better potential for wind damage with this line of storms. Not saying further to the north here should discount the severe weather threat, but the more widespread wind damage potential, I think, is going to be really along and south of M46. So areas, really, we'll say Muskegon, over towards Edmore, over towards the Co area and point south is really where I'm thinking the better wind damage potential from this line is going to be. Further to the north, we're mainly watching these isolated cells that have fire. None of those are currently severe, but we'll be watching any storms that do fire as well, just in case they do turn severe. But right now, our main concern is definitely with this line as it continues to move across southwest Michigan. We're going to go to our live feed real quick. It looks like we are on the move again. Let's go to our live feed real quick. And our team is near the Sanilac area right now. The Saranac area, I should say. Looks like they are getting ready to move to intercept these storms as well as they continue to lift off to the northeast. So we'll be going to their feed quite a bit here throughout the afternoon. See what they're seeing as well. Because I could show you radar all day. But social science has found that people tend to take action when they can actually see what's going on. And that's what we're trying to do here with our live feed here as well. So we'll go back to radar for now. They'll let us know if or we'll go to them if we start seeing anything of interest. We'll go back to radar right now, though. And it looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in across. This is going to be for Cass and St. Joseph counties. Most of Cass County and western St. Joseph County, along and west of US 131. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is being issued for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is going to go until 2:30 p.m. Again, this is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Some areas included are the Dowagiac area. You're likely seeing very, very heavy downpours and gusty winds right now. Edwardsburg activity starting to pick up. Cassopolis, the Penn area, Volhynia, Marcellus, Fabius, Constantine, and White Pigeon is in this severe thunderstorm warning as well. So if you are in these warning areas, you need to be heading indoors right now. Preferably in that sturdy structure. You'll want to get away from the windows. Preferably be on the lower floors if you can get there too. Taking a look at velocity. Again, our gustier winds are in Dowagiac. They're heading into Edwardsburg. Heading into Cassopolis. We are also watching, I saw on reflectivity, we do have a little kink in the line northwest of Edwardsburg. Taking a look at velocity, I am maybe seeing a little bit of rotation in there. Nothing that immediately screams tornado on the ground to me, but we'll be watching it as well. We'll be watching that as well, just in case it does spin up a little. Just in case it does spin up a brief tornado. But our main concern will continue to be damaging straight line winds. So again, we'll go to our reflectivity again. So then very, very heavy rainfall at the very least, in addition to these gusty winds. Along with some frequent lightning. Same goes further to the north. South Haven, you're likely in the thick of this right now. So South Haven, Covert, it's getting ready to move out. Bangor, it's picking up. Lawrence, it's picking up. Breedsville, it's starting to pick up. Bloomingdale, Pine Grove, and Allegan, it'll be picking up over the next little while. Let me go to our velocities again on here, and again, high winds in the South Haven area. Bangor, it's moving in. Hartford, you have some high winds. Keeler, you have some higher winds. Now moving into Lawrence here shortly. Again, we're still indicating 60-mile-per-hour winds on radar. And near South Haven, we're indicating a little bit higher winds, potentially 70 miles per hour. And we're also seeing maybe a little bit of rotation in there as well. Nothing immediately screams tornado to me, but definitely some higher winds being indicated. Let me see how that's looking with leaf activity. Again, you can see how it's kind of curling a little bit in there. You can see how it's kind of kinked around the South Haven area. That's a little bit of rotation potentially in there as well. If you are near Ganges and Douglas, you'll have some storms moving in here shortly, likely with some gusty winds, maybe up to 50 to 60 miles per hour. And we're also watching near the Lee area, right over Lakota. A little bit of spin in there as well. Nothing immediately tornadic, I don't think, but definitely some gusty winds at least as these storms continue to lift off to the northeast. So let's go to our reflectivity. And I do want to do a few more storm tracks for you real quick. Let's start with the northern portion of the line. Lift that off to the northeast at around, hold on, let me double check my storm motion here. 60 miles per hour. So give me just a second while I redraw that. 60 miles per hour. That's going to take it into the Overijssel area around 206. The Jamestown area around 217. We'll move into Holland as well in the next little bit as well. Grand Rapids around 230. Caledonia area around 232. Rockford around 241. And Virginis Township around 243. That's for the northern portion of this line. Again, we are watching some potential development on the northern end of this line. We may need to watch as well. We'll do another track from South Haven area. Give me just a second to do that. Track that off to the northeast at around 60 miles per hour. Allegan around 209. 209 for Allegan. Hopkins around 216. Dorr around 221. Wayland around 222. Orangeville around 225. The Caledonia area around 232. Hastings around 237. Carlton around 241. Clarksville around 245. And Virginis Township around 245 as well for this portion of the line. Going further south, we'll do another storm track. We'll do this one around the Decatur area. Lift that off to the northeast. Kalamazoo around 214. It's likely already storming in Kalamazoo. This is for the cells out ahead of the line. Let me animate radar, kind of fix that glitch of the sweep there. There we go. But again, Kalamazoo around 214. Augusta around 226. Prairieville around 228. And Asira area around 240. The Hastings area around around 241. Olivet 248 and Vermontville around 250. So again, this is for areas with this section of the line. I'm gonna go down to the northern Indiana radar real quick. We'll do one more track real quick. And this is going to be for the Boeing segment near the Cassopolis area. Actually, before I do that, I do want to check out this cell near Centerville. Alright, we're just checking on that. Get a little bit of a hook shape. We have to check for rotation. I'm not seeing much right now. So, alright, back to our storm track. And then we'll Track that off to the northeast. Fabius around 228. Flowerfield around 246 for this portion of the line. Leonidas around 312. Pavilion around 313. Galesburg 328. Climax 330. Union City around 337. Augusta around 338. And Burlington around 345. Again, if you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, don't wait until the arrival time. You'll definitely want to get indoors immediately. If you are under a warning, let these storms pass by. They do have a history of producing winds over 60 miles per hour. So they are producing damaging winds as they lift off to the northeast. So just something to be aware of. We do have observed wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Going to our velocity, it looks like we have... At South Haven, we have a 51 mile per hour wind gust. This was at 136. So around 20 minutes ago. This is in South Haven, we had a 51 mile per hour wind gust. That is below severe criteria, but still rather gusty. In radar, we are still seeing wind gusts over 60 miles per hour being indicated on radar. 60 to 70 miles per hour. So 50 to 60 mile per hour winds definitely still a possibility in Lee. Heading into Bloomingdale will be in Allegan in the next little bit. Also up in Ganges and Douglas. Our velocities are not quite as high, but I'm still seeing 50 to maybe 60 mile per hour winds in spots. So Douglas and Ganges is getting windy. Over Isle will be getting windy over the next little bit. And also Holland will be getting windy in the next little bit as well. So again, if you are in any of these severe thunderstorm warnings, you'll want to take them seriously. You'll want to get indoors into that sturdy structure away from the windows, definitely on the lower floors, if you can get there. If you are in Berrien County, you're still under a severe thunderstorm warning. That will be expiring in the next few minutes, though. And I think the storms have cleared Berrien County for the most part. At least the strongest part of these storms, so... I can probably give an all clear for Berrien County in the next few minutes. If you are in Cass County, you're definitely in the thick of this storm right now. The Wajak and Cassopolis, Edwardsburg, over towards Penn. Decatur, you're in the thick of this storm in Van Buren County. Lawton and Paw Paw, you will be entering the thick of it here shortly. Also Pine Grove and Almena. Near Breedsville, we are seeing maybe a little bit of an indication of small hail. Between Breedsville and Bloomingdale, we are seeing a little bit of higher reflectivity. This could be some smaller hail in addition to the damaging winds. And heavy downpours and frequent lightning. We can go to our hail tracker real quick on that. Just a second to pull that up. And yeah, we are seeing some indications of hail. Actually, a little bit up there on the scale near Breedsville. There could be a little bit larger hail, maybe penny size or so, based on this. If you're near the Bangor area and you're watching, if you happen to be seeing hail, let us know. Also, Breedsville. Anyone in chat, if you are watching and you're being affected by these storms, feel free to let us know what's going on. You can let us know in chat. We are watching our chat room here. We are also monitoring our social media and on our website at www.westmichiganweather.net. There is a place to submit your storm reports to us if you do so safely. That is going to be www.westmichiganweather.net/report. So let us know what you're seeing if you can do so safely. We'll go real quick to our live feed. Out in the field. They are currently near the Lowell area. In case you're wondering where they're at, they're near Lowell, and they will be heading towards these storms as they continue to lift off to the northeast. We'll get some ground truth as to what's going on as well from time to time. Right now, they are near the Lowell area, and they are heading towards these storms. So we'll go back to radar right now. You can see their feed on the left side of the screen, and we'll be taking them at a more full capacity from time to time this afternoon, I should say, as well. We are watching some other storms that are kind of flaring up. In northern Kent County and the southeastern Newaygo County, we are watching some cells that are starting to flare up. I'm not seeing anything severe with these at this time, but we'll be watching those. Same goes further to the north. Around the US 10 corridor from Ludington to Reed City, we're seeing some cells. Nothing currently severe with these, but we'll be watching just in case. And then a few more isolated cells have developed, like near Hastings, we're seeing one start to develop. In northern Berry County and also Calhoun, Jackson counties, across the area, we're seeing these cells start to flare up. Ahead of the line, none of these are currently severe, but we'll be watching them just in case. Our main concern right now continues to be this line of storms in southwest Michigan. And we have an update to the severe thunderstorm warning for Allegan and Van Buren County. They are continuing that until 2:15 for the potential 60 mile, well, potential. We've had history of 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And it looks like we got a rather big severe thunderstorm warning coming out now. This is going to be for Ottawa, Kent, Allegan, Barry, Kalamazoo, and Calhoun counties. This is a rather large severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Again, these storms have had a history of producing wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. So if you are, this does include Grand Rapids Metro. This does include Kalamazoo. It does include Hastings. It also includes the Port Sheldon area. So if you are in these areas, you need to be heading indoors right now as these storms approach. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from Holland State Park to Paw Paw to Cassopolis, moving to the northeast at 55 miles per hour. Hazard is 60 mile per hour wind gusts at 1:20 p.m. A 63 mile per hour wind gust was reported at the Benton Harbor Airport. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, including Holland, Grand Rapids, Hastings, Allegan, Kalamazoo, over towards Battle Creek as well, you need to be heading indoors as these storms approach. So again, you need to be heading indoors right now. Just a second. Yeah, it should go to. I'm going to take their feed full. Just our teams out in the fields feed full really quickly. I'm just doing some behind the scenes stuff real quick. So just handling some behind the scenes stuff real quick. So give me just a moment. And again, you can see their live feed. They are near the Ada area right now. As these storms continue to move off to the northeast, we'll be seeing what happens on the ground from these storms as they continue to lift off to the northeast. Just a second. Just a second here while I handle some behind the scenes stuff. Okay. Alright, so again, we're going to go back to radar. And as you can see, we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing. Mainly for the potential of damaging winds. Again, we've had a history of wind gusts 50 to 60 plus miles per hour of these storms. And they'll be moving into the Grand Rapids and Kalamazoo metro areas, also Hastings. They're moving into Holland right now. Holland, you're likely noticing the wind pick up. The downpours will be picking up in the next little bit as well. Take a look at velocities. Velocity is not as high, but we're still seeing 40 to 50 mile an hour winds being indicated in the Holland area. Our concern right now is across really southern Allegan counties where I'm seeing some higher velocities right now. Near the Lee and Allegan areas, we're seeing fact, if you are west of Allegan, southwest, near the Allegan State Game area, I am seeing a pocket of higher velocities, over 70 miles per hour being indicated. We'll take a look at storm relative on that. Maybe a little bit of spin in the area of Allegan State Game. The Allegan State Game area as well. This would be southwest of Mill Grove. That is going to be moving towards the M40 area over the next little bit. Dunningville, South Monterey, and Monterey Center. We're watching a little bit of spin, or at the very least, higher winds in this area. We'll take a look at reflectivity on there. And it is one of those kinks in the line that we talk about. We have to watch those. Sometimes you can get some higher areas of wind or rotation from time to time, relatively brief in nature. So we'll be watching that. Belmont, I know it's technically, but that area, what time is the worst? Thank you. So Belmont, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. That is for all of Kent County. That does go until 3:30. I would say the worst of it probably be approaching Kent County over the next hour, I would say. Let me do a storm track for you for this portion of the line. 55 miles per hour. They'll be heading into the Jamestown area around 2:22. Downtown Grand Rapids. Let me zoom in and get a few more locations. Hudsonville around 2:24. The Jenison area around 2:28. Riverview Airport area around 2:30. Cutlerville around 2:31. The Wyoming area around 2:32. Kentwood 2:33. Walker 2:35. Downtown Grand Rapids area around 2:36. Belmont, I would say 2:45 right now for the worst of it, Heather. And it looks like we're going over a considerable tag, severe thunderstorm warning now, with a tornado possible tag. This is going to be for Allegan and Van Buren counties. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag for 70 mile per hour wind gusts. This is an update to the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, 70 mile per hour wind gusts being indicated on radar of the storm. That is for this area I was just showing you near the Allegan State Game area, right near M40. We are watching some potential 70 mile per hour or greater winds, and we are watching some rotation in the area as well. How long until it hits Plainwell? Eli is asking. I would say within the next few minutes. It'll be in the Plainwell area. You can expect 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. I can do a quick storm track on a section likely to hit Plainwell real quick for you. 2:17 is the estimated time, but I would not wait. We should be indoors right now in the Plainwell area. But our highest area of concern is going to be the Allegan area. And it looks like they're going considerable tag severe warnings on for the big severe thunderstorm warning as well. They are going just a second, guys. Copy, thank you. Alright, so we got considerable severe thunderstorm warnings for a wide area of West Michigan, including portions of Ottawa, all of Kent County, most of Allegan, all of Allegan County between the two warnings, Van Buren County, Kalamazoo County, Berry County, and the western third of Calhoun County. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of 70 mile per hour wind gusts, and we do have tornado possible tags on these warnings as well. We are seeing some areas of rotation from time to time within this line. So if you are in this orange polygon here, this bright orange-red kind of polygon, this is a considerable damage threat on this severe thunderstorm warning. You need to be taking this seriously. Allegan, you're in the thick of this right now. Very, very high winds likely in the Allegan area, Millgrove, Dunningville. I am seeing 60 to 70 mile per hour winds on velocity. And again, this is warned for 70 mile per hour winds. So again, this is starting to get a little more intense of a situation here. So you need to be indoors right now. You need to be on the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, preferably away from the windows. Get interior if you can. So again, this is going to be a rather serious situation. You need to be taking this seriously. So again, we'll go back to reflectivity. As you can see, this is a very, very strong line of thunderstorms moving across West Michigan with a history of producing 50 to 60 plus mile per hour winds, and is now warned for up to 70 mile per hour winds, which we are seeing signs of on velocity from time to time as well. I'm zooming in a little closer. We do have this little kink in the line near the Millgrove area, near South Monterey. Take a look at velocity. That is where we're seeing some very high wind. And taking a look at storm relative, maybe a little bit of rotation in there. Nothing horribly that indicates imminent tornado, but there is a tornado possible tag on the warning. So we're going to be paying attention to that kind of thing. Let me take a look at the debris tracker just to make sure. I'm not seeing any signs of tornado debris or anything like that at this time. But we'll be watching these very closely as well. Oops, just checking a few behind the scenes things. Okay, so again, this is getting a little more intensive. All right, on our radar here, you see the spinning circle here. This is our radar system detecting the area of rotation near South Monterey. This is what our system is indicating, that and saying, hey, pay attention to this. It is rotating. Could produce a tornado. So we go to velocity on that. And that is where it's showing very high winds at the very least. Maybe some rotation in there as well. So again, if you are near Monterey Center, South Monterey, Diamond Springs, we're heading up towards Sandy Pines. Sandy Pines area in the Lake Monterey Golf Course. And I would consider taking your tornado precautions just as the course of least regret. We don't have a tornado warning in effect, but I am seeing very, very high winds and maybe some signs of rotation in the area as well. So I need you to be taking this seriously, especially north of Allegan. Allegan, you're still seeing gusty winds. You're in the rainfall right now. But this is going to be in the area of 128th and 36th Street. So we are starting to see winds potentially approaching 80 miles per hour near the Dunningville area, South Monterey, Millgrove areas. We're seeing very, very high winds on the radar, potentially approaching 80 miles per hour. So 70 mile per hour winds at the very least, potentially a little bit higher across central Allegan County, especially north of Allegan is where I'm seeing the highest winds right now. So again, if you're near Hamilton, if you're near Hopkins, be heading towards the Door area over the next little bit. We need to be taking cover, right? You should be taking cover in that sturdy building, preferably away from the windows on the interior room in the lower floors of that building. Taking a look at storm relative, we're still seeing that little bit of rotation. We have lost the indicator on our radar, but we're still seeing maybe a little bit of rotation there, or at the very, very least, very high winds being indicated on radar near the Dunningville, South Monterey, and Monterey Center areas. Further south, we are seeing some indications of gusty winds near the Alamo area. They'll be heading into Kalamazoo. Also up towards Plainwell, we're seeing some signs of gustier winds. Same goes further to the south, mainly across western Cass County right now. They'll be moving across the west of Cass County, the rest of Cass County, I should say, over the next little bit. This line of storms will be producing gusty winds. I would not rule out an additional severe thunderstorm warning issuance for the rest of Cass County, potentially portions of Branch County as well. So again, back on the reflectivity on our northern warnings, we are still seeing that little kink in the line near Monterey Center that we've been watching for the potential of a brief spin-up tornado. I want to go to our debris tracker again. Looks like more like noise to me. Maybe near the Monterey Center area. I don't want to say this is tornado debris. I don't want to say that definitively. It looks a little too noisy to me. We got our indicator back for rotation. Yeah. But if you're near the Hopkins and Monterey Center areas, we're still showing indications of winds between 70 and 80 miles per hour. So this is a pretty dangerous storm lifting across Allegan County. And I'm going to do a storm track. Zoom out a little bit. I want to do a storm track for this particular section. Lift this off to the northeast. Oops, hold on. Let me adjust that slightly. Lift this off to the northeast, around 55 miles per hour. It's going to take it into the door area, around, okay, Sandy Pines right around 218, so in the next couple of minutes. The door area around 224. The Corinth area around 229. Gaines Charter Township around 233. Caledonia around 236. Caledonia Charter Township around 238, Gerald R. Ford International Airport area around 240, Cascade Charter Township around 243, Lowell Charter Township around 247, Virginis Township around 251, Clarksville around 252, and Saranac around 256. So if you are in these areas, we are watching very, very high winds on radar. And again, very, very high winds being indicated near the Hopkins area, heading towards Dorr, Wayland, and potentially into southern Kent County as well. All right. We are now seeing winds on radar northwest of the Hopkins area near Sandy Pines. We are now seeing wind velocities. Yeah, that is potentially 80 to 90 mile per hour winds being indicated on radar. This almost looks like this could be one of those QLCS spin-ups. I just went to storm relative velocity. Let me bring that back. And again, we are watching some rotation. This could be one of those brief spin-up tornadoes. So again, if you're near Dorr, I would be taking your tornado precautions just as the course of least regret. We've seen some rotation on radar here, and with a very, very high velocities, even if it's not a tornado, damaging straight line winds potentially over 70 miles per hour, potentially approaching 80 miles per hour at the very least. This is going to be heading towards the Dorr area over the next several minutes. So if you are in Dorr, if you are in Moline, Hilliards, North Dorr, Ross and Corinth areas, I would be taking, as the course of least regret, you need to be taking your tornado. I would be taking your tornado precautions. We do not have an official tornado warning, but just with what we're seeing on radar, we have the kink in the line and the velocity signatures. My concern is elevated for a spin-up tornado in the short term near the Dorr area. All right, and we do have a storm report coming from the Allegan area. Damage reports. We have power out with quite a few tree branches down in the Allegan area. Right, we're going to go to our rotation tracker, and I just want to, because I do think we are indicating rotation near the Sandy Pines area, southwest of the door, near Sandy Pines. On our rotation tracker, you can see that's where we have our rotation. Let me go ahead and take our the field feed a little bit more full. They are looking from Caledonia back west towards us. They are heading towards these storms. Which is at the very least producing damaging straight line winds. Near the door area again, we are a little bit more concerned about a brief tornado right now near the Sandy Pines area. But again, as you see, we're watching very, very high winds at the very least, if not a spin-up tornado. But as you see on our live 360 cam out in the field, they're looking back west towards us, and they will let us know what's going on in these storms as they continue to come closer. We'll go back to that in a little bit here once they let us know, or if we start seeing something a little bit more interesting there. So we're going to go back to our radar just for now. And again, near the Sandy Pines area, we're seeing some rotation on radar. At the very least, very, very high winds. If not a brief tornado, potentially near the Sandy Pines area. Newest radar scan. Again, we are seeing velocities over 85 mile per hour velocities just to the southwest of Door. This is going to be near 18th Street, south of 142nd Avenue. We are seeing velocities approaching 90 miles per hour heading in the Door. Take a look at storm relative. We're still seeing some rotation in here. So if this is not a tornado, this is very, very intense straight line winds, likely heading in the Door. If you are in Door, if you are in Moline, if you are in Ross, the Corinth area, New Salem, North Door, even though we do not have an official tornado warning yet, I would treat this as it is a tornado warning, and I would be taking cover right now in the Door and Moline areas, especially if you are driving along US 131, especially between Plainwell and Kentwood. I would not right now. I would get off at, you wouldn't want to be driving in these storms anyway, but I would get off at either the Martin exit, or if you're coming from the south, I would get off at the 84th Street exit, or actually further north, I would say around, I would get off the highway. You got very, very high winds being indicated on radar heading into the Door area, and that'll be on the 131. They'll be into the 131 area next. So you need to be taking this seriously. We're seeing some very significant radar indications heading into the Door area right now. Yep. So again, we're still seeing winds over 80 miles per hour, approaching 90 miles per hour, heading in the Door right now. So if you're in Door, I would be taking your tornado precautions as, of course, the least regret in the Door area. Yep. And it looks like we're getting reports from our team out in the field of shelf cloud. Huge shelf cloud with this storm. We'll go to that here in just a moment. Once we get a little bit better view of it. But again, updating our severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like they are continuing at 470-mile-per-hour winds and tornado possible tag. Well, actually, they dropped the tornado possible tag, but they are continuing with the 70-mile-per-hour tag. But again, on radar, we are seeing very, very high winds being indicated into the door area right now. All right, and as you can see, we're taking our camera full. There's a big shelf cloud with this storm. Again, they are near the Caledonia area, and this storm's heading right for them. We got a big shelf cloud on our live feed here. So again, these are very, very intense storms near the Caledonia area. They'll be heading into the Caledonia area in the next little bit, right over Door right now. Door, you're seeing very, very high winds. And they'll be heading into Moline in the next couple of minutes, the Corinth area, Ross, North Door. If you want to do a storm track, we're going to leave their feed a little bit more full, but I can still give a storm track, read off some locations. Gaines Charter Township in the next few minutes at 2:33. This is for the area of high winds over Door right now. Caledonia around 2:37. And Caledonia Charter Township at 2:39. Gerald R. Ford International Airport area around 2:40. Alright, looks like we got destructive severe thunderstorm warning now coming in. Yep. And this is also an extremely dangerous situation. This is an extremely... Yep. All right, we got observed 80-mile-per-hour winds now with this storm. This is an extremely dangerous severe thunderstorm warning. Also destructive tag that is now in effect for southern Kent County, northeastern Allegan County, and most of Berry County. This does include the Hastings area, Middleville, Caledonia, Kentwood, the Wayland area, Orangeville, and Prairieville, and also Door. If you are in these areas, you need to be taking cover right now. I would treat this like a tornado warning. This is an destructive tag, severe thunderstorm warning. It also has the extremely dangerous situation tag. Again, the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Allegan, southern Kent, and northwestern Berry County. And again, this is a very, very dangerous storm for northeast Allegan, southern Kent, and western Berry County. Observed 80-mile-per-hour winds with these storms. So again, if you're in Kentwood, Wayland, Caledonia, Middleville, Irving, or Hastings, Freeport, Carlton, Orangeville, Prairieville, you need to be taking shelter right now. Lowest floor. I would treat this like a tornado warning. If you got a basement, go there. If you don't have a basement, small interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. Stay away from windows. Again, this is directly from the National Weather Service. This is an extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds expected. Mobile homes and high-profile vehicles are especially susceptible to winds of this magnitude and may be overturned. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. These storms have the potential to cause serious injury and significant property damage. This is directly from the National Weather Service. So, again, our highest winds right now have just passed Door, heading into Moline, the Ross, and Corinth areas. This is right near US 131. Again, near US 131 and 100th Street is where I'm seeing our highest winds right now. Potentially over 80 miles per hour. Again, we have observed gusts over 80 miles per hour, potentially, with these storms. Radar, we're still seeing very high velocities over the Moline, the Corinth area, Ross. Our system is also still detecting rotation near the Ross area. If you are in southern Kent County, that you need to be taking these storms seriously. So you see, this is a different color system here. The different color polygon here, that is, not only is this a destructive tag warning, they also have the extremely dangerous situation tag on this. So if you are in southern Kent, northeastern Allegan, and Barry, and also western Barry County, you need to be taking this seriously. You need to be in that interior room right now on the lowest floor. Basement if you got one. If you are in a mobile home, I would evacuate those mobile homes. If you are ahead of those storms, I would evacuate those and find a more substantial structure in this area. Because these are tornado-like wind speeds. It does not matter if it's spinning or straight line. It's going to cause the same damage. So you need to be taking this seriously. This is near US 131 and 100th Street. Also, Burlingame Avenue Southwest. I think that's how you pronounce that. Division Avenue South. Also going to be heading towards 84th Street in US 131. Also near the Byron Center area as well. So again, this is a very, very dangerous situation. Heading especially into southern Kent County right now. If you're near the Corinth and Ross areas, you're likely seeing the worst of this storm right now with the very high winds. If not some rotation, at the very least, very, very high winds. On our live feed here, it is starting to pick up there again, near the Caledonia area. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and just for a moment, I'm going to open up their audio, see what they're seeing here.
We got tree limbs falling here at our location. It's going to be Kalamazoo Avenue and 92nd Street, 3-inch tree limbs down.
We got tree limbs coming down at blue.
Hail.
I believe they was okay. Was that Kalamazoo and 92nd?
Yeah, Kalamazoo and 92nd. 3-inch
Okay, so
tree limbs down.
Say they are near Kalamazoo and 92nd. We got 3-inch tree limbs being down by these storms. You can see the wind starting to pick up. I would say that I got a question on from Facebook. Is the most severe part past Plainwell? Just a second to check that for you. Yes, if you are in Plainwell, I would say the worst of these storms have passed you now. These are really moving. They'll be out of Allegan County fairly soon and more into Kent and Barry counties is where we're the most concerned right now with this very high wind potential. Moving into really southern Kent counties where I'm seeing the worst of it right now. We are still indicating winds at least over 70 miles per hour, if not 80 miles per hour in spots, heading into southern Kent County near the Corinth, Carlisle, and Ross areas. You can see activity starting to pick up on the live feed here. See, things are starting to pick up as these storms move into southern Kent County. So, and then further to the south, we are still watching the Middleville, the Barry State Game area. We're not seeing as high of velocities, but still some very, very gusty winds. Potentially at over 80 miles per hour cannot be ruled out in these areas as well. Hastings as well. You're under this extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. Very, very gusty right now. Very dangerous situation heading into southern Kent County.
Hear the wind.
taking a look at the live feed, we got very, very high winds now on our live feed here. Activity real quick.
Where's Ellen? 100th Street and 131 still.
Division Avenue, just north of 100th Street. Division just north of 100th. We have an approximately 36-inch diameter tree that's been snapped.
Can I get a repeat on that
Can I get
location?
a repeat on that location? Division Avenue, just north of 100th Street. That's in Kent County.
Copy. Thank you, Owen.
Copy. Thank you, Owen.
Owen is reporting at Division and 100th. We have a tree that has been snapped by these storms. So if you are, this is producing wind damage right now. If you are in southern Kent County, especially, if you're anywhere in this kind of, let me go ahead and take a radar poll just for a second, then we'll go back to the feed. But if you are in southern Kent County, especially, but also western Barry and northeast Allegan, if you are in this kind of dark gold polygon here, this is an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. I do want to say, and then we're going to go back to the feed, but our highest winds right now are going to be in southern Kent County. I will say it's come down a little bit from what we were seeing earlier, but still, winds over 70 miles per hour, if not 80 miles per hour. And it looks like we got a new...
Hey, Owen, is there a sheriff's deputy on scene that tree down?
This is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning.
As far as I'm aware, no.
This is a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in from Calhoun, Eaton, Ionia, and Montcalm counties. This is going to be a considerable severe thunderstorm warning.
They just had a 28-inch size tree snap in half.
For the potential of 70 mile per hour wind gusts. This is a considerable tag warning. So again, if you are in Montcalm, Ionia, Eaton, and Calhoun counties, you should be taking these storms seriously as well. These storms are producing wind damage. And if you're on any of these severe thunderstorm warnings right now, I would be taking them seriously. Because behind the scenes here, I'm getting reports of trees snapped, and it's producing wind damage. So again, you need to be taking these storms seriously. I'm going to go back. I'm going to bring our live feed back full. Radar's still on the left side of the screen, but again, very, very damaging winds with these storms as they continue to move across the area. Highest winds right now, I'm still getting... Okay. Highest winds right now on radar are going to be near Dutton, the Kentwood area. They'll be moving towards the Gerald R. Ford International Airport area over the next little bit. And also, Hastings, I am not only seeing damaging wind potential, but we are seeing potentially a few circulations near the Hastings area as well. I don't want to necessarily scream tornado. That's not the type of situation we're looking at. And at the end of the day, it really does not matter. Wind is wind. Doesn't matter if it's rotating or straight line, it's still going to produce damage. So if you are in Hastings, activity is likely starting to pick up. This is an extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. You need to be taking it seriously. In southern Kent County, we're still seeing high winds over the Kentwood area, heading over to Gerald R. Ford International Airport right now. They'll be heading into Cascade, Charter Township, Forest Hills, Ada Township over the next little bit. Also, East Grand Rapids as well.
Oh, no.
I would be taking this seriously. I will say it has come down a little bit from what we were seeing in northeastern Allegan County.
Turn right.
However, it's still very, very gusty winds. Still producing damage. You still need to be taking this seriously. Especially in southern Kent County is where I'm seeing the worst of it right now. However, further to the south, we're still seeing some winds and even a few areas of rotation potentially. One area of interest. If you are near in northwestern Calhoun County, Calhoun County, near Level Park, near Bedford, I am seeing some rotation. Looking at the buoy tracker, I'm not seeing anything to really indicate imminent tornado on the ground, but we're seeing some signs of rotation near the Level Park area. So Bedford, over towards the Osira area, and Penfield as well, we're seeing some signs of rotation. It looks like they have... They may have dropped the extremely dangerous situation warning. Nope, they didn't.
Eastern, multiple medium-sized trees down, ranging from 6 to 18 inches.
So we got multiple trees down. Being reported. This is going to be in southern Kent County. We do continue with this extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning. There is also still destructive tag. If you're in northeast Allegan County, they have cleared Allegan County from the destructive tag warning. You're still under the considerable tag warning. Looks like I'm going to go back to radar just for a second. They are likely in a low cell service area, so some temporary technical issues with the feed. But that will return. It's just a temporary technical issue. We are back on the radar for now, though. Again, if you're in southern Kent County and Berry County, this is still an extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning. If you are in Hastings, you need to be in shelter right now. Freeport and Carlton, if you're not already in shelter, you need to be. And really, if you're ahead of this line and are in a warning, especially north of I-94, I would treat this like a tornado warning. Just with the history of these storms, they are producing damage. We are starting to see several circulations. To temporarily mute their feed. But again, we are seeing at least very, very high winds, if not some brief rotations along this line. We're seeing circulations near the Irving area, near the Hastings Airport area, just northwest of downtown Hastings, south of Hastings as well. And then also just north of Battle Creek, near the Bedford area, we're still seeing some signs of rotation as well. Even if they are not producing tornadoes, they could still be producing intense, damaging straight-line winds. So again, I would treat these fairly seriously. I would be taking cover right now. If you are in Montcalm, Ionia, Eaton, and Calhoun counties, you need to be taking these storms seriously. But again, further to the south, you're still under severe thunderstorm warnings. I know we haven't really talked about Cass and St. Joseph, I should say, in Branch County. I know we haven't. I do not have any. But if you're in eastern St. Joseph and western Branch County, you are also seeing some gusty winds, potentially around 60 miles per hour. So again, but okay, just to list off all the warnings we have in effect right now, in this gold polygon. So this gold polygon here, we have this extremely dangerous, severe situation, severe thunderstorm warning. It is also destructive tag that is in effect for the next 15 to 20 minutes for southern Kent and also central Barry counties. These are destructive storms for Barry and southern Kent counties for the potential of 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And in addition to the wind gusts, we have been observing on radar some brief circulations from time to time. We don't have any tornado warnings, but still fairly high winds. So I would be taking these storms seriously. We also have considerable tag severe thunderstorm warnings in this orange shading, orange-reddish shading. This is going to be for Ottawa and Allegan counties, Kalamazoo counties, Calhoun County, Barry County, and also for the portions not in the extremely dangerous situation warning. We also have Ionia and Montcalm counties also in this warning for potential 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. This is considerable tagged. And then also further to the south across Cass and St. Joseph, St. Joseph and Branch counties, you are also under severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So a little less of a threat. Actually, let me go back to velocity. If you are near the Sturgis and Fawn River areas, I am watching an area of potentially 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds being indicated right along the state line. That is going to be my areas of greatest concern for areas near the state line for damaging winds. Looks like they are updating this severe thunderstorm warning. If you are in Ottawa and Allegan counties and Kalamazoo counties, they have dropped the severe thunderstorm warning for those areas. So again, Ottawa, Allegan, and Kalamazoo counties, I can give you an all clear from the severe weather. If you are near we did have a little bit earlier, this is around half hour ago, we do have a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust that was recorded by the Kalamazoo Airport observation station there. This was near Portage. We had a 61-mile-per-hour wind gust observed there. Also, north of Wayland, near Dorr, we did have a 57-mile-per-hour wind gust observed by Mesonet there. And probably in the next few minutes, we should be getting an observation from the Grand Rapids Airport. And taking a look at velocities again, I am not seeing the extremely high signals that we were seeing earlier in northeastern Allegan County. However, we are still seeing signs of gusty to damaging winds with these storms, up to around 60 miles per hour, southwest of the Lowell area, heading towards Ada, and further south. Sometimes we want to look at surrounding radars too. This is the Detroit radar. We are seeing some potential for winds over 60 to 70 miles per hour southeast of Hastings. And again, this is going to be south of Hastings, heading towards Nashville. At least on the Detroit radar, we are seeing some signs of high winds, 60 to 70 miles per hour. It's going to be heading towards Nashville, eventually towards Charlotte, Potterville, and Grand Ledge. And also Hastings, we're seeing some higher winds still. And again, so again, if you're ahead of this line in general, we have no active tornado warnings, but I would take these storms seriously nonetheless. And I would be taking shelter if you're ahead of these storms and in a warning. Just with the history of these storms, we do have wind damage. We do have and if you're near Lowell, I'm just starting to see this. If you're near Lowell, Virginia's Township, we are watching what is potentially one of those brief circulations near the Lowell area, near Virginia's Township. Taking a look at our debris tracker. I want to check that near Virginia's Township. We are seeing a little bit of a lowering there. This is near the Virginia's Township area. We are seeing a potential debris signature. Does kind of mash up with velocity there a little bit. And it's in higher reflectivity. I don't want to say definitively it's a tornado on the ground near Virginia's and Township and Lowell. However, we do have, at the very least, very high winds being reported in this area. So if you're in Virginia's Township, Lowell, Fallisburg, Alton area, eventually towards Smyrna, Saranac, and Belding, I would be on alert for this. At least some higher winds, if not a brief spin-up tornado. And again, if you are ahead of this line, I would be taking it seriously. I do want to pass along real quick. We're going to go south just for a minute. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for Branch County. This is going to be for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and also nickel-size hail. For this section of the line of storms heading into Branch County, so Bronson, Kinderhook, the Coldwater area, Girard, just some of the locations. And in this warning, you'll definitely want to be indoors too. We are still seeing very gusty winds on radar here, particularly near the Fallen River area, southeast of Sturgis. We are still seeing indications on radar of 60 to 70 plus mile per hour velocities. That is going to be moving into southwestern Branch County momentarily. So if you're in Bronson, Madison, Sherwood, I'm also seeing same indications near the Colon area, Leonidas, heading into Sherwood and Union City. Do also all right. We are getting this storm report coming in. This is from the Grand Rapids office. A 75 mile per hour wind gust was reported at the Grand Rapids airport. That is hurricane force. A 75 mile per hour wind gust at the Gerald R. Ford International Airport. So that is hurricane force wind gusts. That was with those storms earlier. I will say the highest winds right now are lifting northeast of the area, heading into Ionia and Montcalm counties. We are watching this Boeing segment as well. Near the Rockford, Cedar Springs area, heading up towards Sand Lake. Potentially some gusty to damaging winds up there as well. So, just a heads up, damaging storms are ongoing across the area this evening. This afternoon, I should say. Not sure why I keep saying evening. Take a look behind the scenes at the power outage maps. We do have scattered and numerous power outages with these storms, including some more popping up across Kent, into Ottawa counties, Allegan County, Barry County, down through Van Buren, Kalamazoo, and into parts of Calhoun County as well. We do have power outages being reported of these storms, which would make sense with the wind gusts. So again, this is a rather serious situation with these storms. They are producing wind damage and very high winds, potentially up to 75 miles per hour locally with the latest measurement at the Grand Rapids Airport. This was around 10 minutes ago, that 75 mile per hour wind gust at the Grand Rapids Airport. They are updating the severe thunderstorm warning for Barry, Calhoun, and Kent County. That warning is continuing for the next 37 minutes. In addition to the 70 mile per hour winds, they are also up the hail size to quarter size. So I actually want to go to Hail Tracker just real quick. Take a look at that. They are mentioning the potential for hail up to quarter size. I will say there's a few areas we're watching for that, in particular near the Nashville area. We're seeing a potential indication for large hail, maybe up to quarter size. Another indication, maybe some hail near the Belmont and Lockford areas. So again, near Belmont, down towards Rockford, we're seeing still some indications of hail. Maybe a little indication of hail near the Saranac area. But our main hail indication is going to be down towards the Nashville and Vermontville areas. That is our main concern for hail, maybe up to quarter size. Looking at reflectivity, we are seeing some higher reflectivity values there. But our main concern, really from the hail, is going to be damaging straight line winds up to or potentially over 70 miles per hour. Again, we did have a 75 mile per hour wind gusts at the Grand Rapids Airport. And take a look at velocities. I want to zoom in near the Fallisburg area now. This is what we've been watching for the last little bit. Just northeast of Virginius Township. Near Fallisburg is where we're seeing this. Taking a look at debris tracker. I'm not seeing tornado debris, so this is likely straight line wind, but still very gusty straight line winds being indicated. Potentially approaching 70 miles per hour near the Fallisburg area. I want to track this off to the northeast. That is going to take it. Let me turn that off so I can get. It's going to take it. Moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. That's going to take it. It's going to be Orleans, Sheridan, Carson City, Crystal, and Sumner. So near Lake Odessa, we are starting to see potentially another little spin up, a little kink in the line we're watching near Lake Odessa. So near Lake Odessa, we are watching that. Take a look at velocity. We are seeing some signs of rotation there. So if you're on West Sebawa Corners, over towards Portland, also eventually a Collins area as well, I would be aware of this. We are seeing the storm try to spin up a little bit again over in this area. Could produce a brief spin up tornado, or at the very least damaging straight line winds, potentially significant. I do want to track this off to the northeast as well, so give me just a moment. And tracking that off to the northeast. It's going to be Portland at 304, Westphalia at 309, Powamo at 311, and Fowler at 314. So again, if you are in these areas, I would consider taking shelter just with the indications we're seeing on radar on our velocity products and our reflectivity products. We are seeing some signs of some potential spin in this area, and I will just be on the safe side and kind of head towards your tornado precautions just to be on the safe side. No indications of a tornado on the ground or anything like that. Just be on the course of least regret. If you're in the Portland area, I would be heading towards shelter. Further south, we are watching mainly straight line winds, maybe a little bit of rotation near the Chester area. A lot of what I'm seeing here is damaging straight line winds. And then further south in the Calhoun County, maybe a little bit of rotation near the Marshall area. But again, a lot of what I'm seeing here is damaging straight line winds. Further south in the Branch County, a lot of what I'm seeing here is damaging straight line winds, potentially 60 to 70 miles per hour. I have velocities approaching 70 miles per hour near the Bronson area. So this is going to be something to watch as it moves across Branch County. If you are in Girard, Coldwater, Batavia, the Madison area, Sherwood, Union City, the Bethel, Quincy, Kinderhook areas. All right, going back north, we are also still watching these area of higher winds near the Belding, Orleans, and Ionia areas, north of M21. We are seeing a pocket of higher winds still, over 70 miles per hour potentially. So Belding, Orleans, Ionia. And then now I'll be heading into southern Montcalm County, so areas like Greenville, Sheridan, Carson City. You should be heading indoors, preferably in that sturdy structure away from windows on the lowest floor. Further north, we're not seeing as concerning of wind signatures, but still some damaging wind potential. In the Cedar Springs, Sand Lake areas, that's heading up towards Pearson and Howard City, and also Lakeview, Edmore as well. And we will need to watch potentially portions of Macassa and Isabella County potentially as well for wind damage potential from time to time as well. This is also going to be an early heads up for those of you in Gratiot, Clinton, Ingham, Jackson, and Hillsdale counties. Severe thunderstorm warnings will eventually be required as well. You're not under severe warnings yet, but that will be changing here relatively soon. I do want to do a few storm tracks for this line. Let's start with the northern section. I know we haven't done really any big storm tracks lately, so 50. All right, looks like we got a new extremely dangerous severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be a new destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is going to include the Lansing area. This is an extremely dangerous tag severe thunderstorm warning for 80 mile per hour winds. This is also an extremely dangerous situation severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Ionia, Clinton, Eaton, and Ingham counties. This is an extremely dangerous situation warning. These are destructive storms for Lansing and the capital region. So if you are in the Lansing area, I would treat this like a tornado warning. You need to be taking your tornado precautions. So again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Ingham, southeastern Ionia, Clinton, and northern Eaton counties until 3:45. At 2:59, severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from 6 miles southwest of Portland to 5 miles northwest of Charlotte, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Again, these are destructive storms for Lansing and the capital region for 80 mile per hour wind gusts. So if you are in this gold polygon here, this is your extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. So areas like, again, like Portland, Westphalia, Fowler, St. John's, Riley, DeWitt, Eagle, Mulligan, Grand Ledge, Lansing, Delhi Charter Township, the whole area, Okemos, Potterville, Chester, Charlotte, and also the Hazlet, Meridian areas, Michigan State University area, up towards St. John's, Duplain, Elsie, Ovid. You need to be taking these storms seriously. This is an extremely dangerous situation. I would be in the basement if you can get there. If you don't have a basement, then I would choose a small interior room on the lowest floor, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're in a mobile home, I would consider evacuating those and find more substantial shelter, like a neighbor's house or site-built structure, or if there's a nearby convenience store or something like that, I would consider evacuating those mobile homes. With the potential for 80-mile-per-hour winds, that is just as destructive as a tornado, but potentially more destructive because it would be over a wider area potentially. So I would take this seriously. At the end of the day, wind is wind. Does not matter if it's rotating or straight line. It's still going to cause the same damage. Cody is reporting Bronson and Branch County had some pretty wild wind and very heavy rain. Thank you for that, Cody. Thank you for that report. Heather, I went and got shelter, but for Belmont, Michigan, did it pass over? Not according to that. I will say if you are in Belmont, the worst is now off to your east. The worst will be exiting northeastern Kent County over the next few minutes, heading into Montcalm County. But in Belmont, I would stay inside just with the lightning and thunder in the area still. But the highest wind potential has passed off to the east there. Yes, Heather. In fact, they are updating the warning. If you are in southwestern half of Kent County, they have cleared the severe thunderstorm warning, and same goes for Berry County and a little bit of western Calhoun County around the west side of Battle Creek. You have been cleared as well. Near Battle Creek, we did have a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust at the Battle Creek Airport not that long ago as well. This is around 20 minutes ago, a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust. So very, very high winds with these storms. In fact, I'm kind of watching this area high wind near Belding and Orleans. I'm going to track that off to the northeast, 75 miles per hour. Take it into Carson City at 318, the Sumner area around 324, Perrington around 325, the Newark area around 325, Ithaca area, if it holds together, around 330, Alma around 331, North Star around 331 as well, St. Louis around 330, 331 for North Star, 334 for St. Louis, and Wheeler around 339. Okay, I'm going to give the team a heads up. It is possible that if these high winds hold together and head towards me, I am on the second floor of a building here, so I'm going to have to go down to a lower floor if that's the case. And I may need to go, if that is the case, I will be transitioning to the live feed, take that full, and our team will take over if that does become necessary. In fact, I'm going to let them know now. Just a heads up, guys. This area of high wind near the Belding and Orleans area, that is in the general direction to head my way here in Ithaca and Gratiot County. So if that does continue, it is possible since I am on the second floor, I may have to evacuate and we may have to activate may have to take your guys' feed full with audio and just dump out for a little bit. That is a possibility now. Alright, and again, speaking of that, we are seeing a potential circulation northwest of Portland. Near the Collins area, we are seeing a circulation potentially. So if you're in Collins, Westphalia, Pewamo, Fowler, you are in this extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. So I would be taking cover right now. In these areas, if you're in the Lansing area, you need to be taking cover. This is very, very dangerous situation with these damaging straight line winds. We are seeing another area of potential location near Woods Corners, Orleans, the Shiloh area, Palo, Woods Corners, the Flat River State Game area. Again, if this is approaching Carson City as well, there's not an extremely dangerous situation tag warning yet, but if that does continue to strengthen, that may eventually be required as well. So again, our most dangerous warning right now is in the Lansing and Capital Region. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be a considerable tag warning. So we got a new considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning from Mount Pleasant along the entire 127 corridor from Mount Pleasant down for Gratiot, Clinton. This is in addition to the extremely dangerous tags, destructive warning for most of Clinton County. All of Ingham County, all of Jackson County. This goes all the way down to the Hillsdale County line. This is a considerable tag severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And again, so this is, if you are ahead of this line, I would, with the winds we've been seeing on radar and the reports that we've been receiving, I would treat this a little bit more seriously. I would be taking shelter if you are under a warning. As I did just mention, it is possible I may need to go to shelter probably within the next 10 minutes. Katie, how long will it be in Grand Rapids? Sitting on the runway, stuck on this plane. I was supposed to take off at 11. If you are in Grand Rapids, the worst is cleared off to the east. There was very high winds at the airport, Katie, so I'm sure there's some stuff related to that. That might be causing some additional delays, but the worst of the storms have cleared the area. I know it's still raining there, but the worst of the storms have likely cleared the Grand Rapids area. So hopefully that helps you out, Katie. But again, flying to Chicago. Chicago did have high winds earlier as well, but back to the west, I'm not seeing too much back off to the west. So once we get these storms out here, we should be clear for a little while. So hopefully they can get you going soon. So zooming in closer on the Westphalia, Pewamo areas. We got one of those kink in the lines again that have developed. Taking a look at velocities, we do have a rotation being indicated near the Westphalia area. I want to go to the debris tracker real quick. Doesn't really match with the reflectivity, but if you're near Pewamo and Westphalia, this is a potential tornado on the ground just southeast of the Lyons area as well. Between Pewamo and Westphalia, that's going to be heading in the general direction of Fowler. So if you are in Fowler right now, I would be taking cover. You should be with this extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. But we are seeing one of those areas of rotation that could either be a brief tornado or at the very least, damaging straight line winds. We're seeing another one of those signatures near the Palo area. That's going to be heading in the general direction of Carson City. And also in the general area of Orleans, Shiloh, Woods Corners, and Fenwick, we're seeing high winds, potentially over 70 miles per hour, being indicated there as well. Going back to storm relative, we are seeing a potential circulation near the Palo area. They have updated our extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. They have placed a tornado possible tag on it now. So, and this is likely for that circulation we have just saw near the Pewamo, Westphalia area. This is a tornado possible tag. And again, if you are in the Lansing area, you need to be taking cover right now. Again, I would treat this like a tornado warning. This is an extremely dangerous situation. Further to the south, if you are in southern Eaton, southern Ingham, and in the Calhoun and Jackson counties, there's still potential for 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with these storms. And it's going to be very, very gusty, these storms nonetheless. Further south into Branch County, we are still seeing some gusty winds near the Coldwater area. near Girard. Potential 60 to 70 mile per hour winds being indicated there as well. So if you are in Coldwater, Girard, Butler, the Quincy area, I would be taking cover as well of these storms. If you are ahead of these storms and you are under a warning, just with the history of these storms, with the wind damage and the gusty wind and the very high wind reports, I would be taking these storms seriously. If you are in Gratiot County, we do have this cell that has formed near the Perrington area. We're lifting into the Ithaca area as well in the next little bit. That is not severe. Your severe line will be lifting into the area in the next little bit. Let me do a storm track on this. Off to the northeast. Carson City around 320. Newark 327. Ithaca around 332. North Star 333. Alma 333. Wheeler 341, Lakefield 343, and Porter. That's going to be in southern Midland County. That's outside of our area, but just in case we do have viewers there, around 344. So again, particularly in the Lansing area right now, this is an extremely dangerous situation. Severe thunderstorm warning, but really across the entire line. These storms are producing damaging winds. We have reports of wind damage. We have reports of wind gusts as high as 75 miles per hour near the Grand Rapids area at the airport with these storms. So these are very, very dangerous storms. They are producing wind damage. You need to be taking these seriously. You have numerous power outages ongoing with these storms looking behind the scenes. And it is possible I may need to go here probably the next... Let me do another track just to make sure. 331. So probably in the next 10 minutes or so, or 15 minutes at the latest, I am probably going to have to seek shelter here in Ithaca. So I will be jumping out to the live feed. And if I do happen to lose power or something, if we go off air, we'll still try and do the best we can to cover this situation. But again, this is a very, very high wind. But again, take a look at velocities right now. Very high winds being indicated near the Pewamo, Westphalia areas especially. And back off to the north towards Orleans, Sheridan, over towards M57. It's going to be heading into the Carson City area in the next little bit. This is very high winds up here as well, potentially up to or over 70 miles per hour. In fact, we are seeing maybe a little circulation near the Carson City area as well. Maybe a little weak circulation. That's likely just enhancing the damaging winds if it's not a brief tornado. But nonetheless, if you are in Lansing, you need to be in shelter right now. Activity will be picking up if it has not already in the next few minutes. Again, very, very heavy rainfall in addition to the gusty to damaging winds. And we are maybe seeing a little bit, another one of those kinks in the line near the Diamonddale area. We'll be watching that as well. Storm relative is indicating maybe a little bit of rotation. But at the very least, damaging straight line winds likely heading into the Lansing area of these storms. Further to the south, we are expecting a severe warning to come down the line for Hillsdale County as well. Likely for 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. You are not under warning yet. That will likely be changing soon. Again, these storms have had a history producing damaging winds across the area. If any of you have wind damage or other storm reports to pass along, please feel free to do so. Let us know in chat. You can also let us know on social media or on our website at www.westmichiganweather.net/report is where you can submit those storm reports to us as well. Please be safe if you are submitting a storm report. Don't put yourself out in the middle of the storm to submit those reports. I'd rather see a damage report after the fact, but let us know what you're seeing. We would greatly appreciate it if you could do so safely. And again, take a look at reflectivity again. This is a these are very dangerous storms. We got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in. This is going to be for Hillsdale County, Branch and Hillsdale counties. This is Eastern Branch and all of Hillsdale County. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and also penny-size hail. Again, taking a look at velocity, our strongest winds right now are being indicated along and north of US 12, Coldwater to Girard is where I'm seeing the strongest winds right now, potentially over around 70 miles per hour. That will be moving in more into southern Calhoun and into Jackson counties too. But in Hillsdale County, you're still in the potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and you should be taking these storms seriously. All right, so again, Fowler, you're seeing very high winds right now. Hubbardston, Carson City, this will be in the Newark, North Star, and Ithaca areas in the next few minutes. Sumner as well. Sheridan activity is likely starting to pick up. Crystal, it'll be picking up as well. So probably in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to need to get ready to go take shelter. So I think we're going to go start making preparations to do that here momentarily. When that happens, I am going to go to the live feed. We'll be seeing that in just a few moments while I prepare to go seek shelter. Because these storms are moving quickly at around 55 miles per hour. So I should probably be getting ready to go seek shelter of these storms. Just with the indications I'm seeing on velocity, I'm going to be playing it safe and we'll be heading towards shelter. So I'm going to be beginning those preparations now, so we will switch over to the live feed from out in the field. If I do lose power or something like that, we will work to continue to provide updates to the best of our ability. But if you are in these severe thunderstorm warnings, I would take these seriously. I would be indoors, definitely away from windows on the lower floors, and I would. Especially if you're in the extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warnings, I would take this, treat those as a tornado warning and seek your tornado precautions. But at this time, we are going to transition to the live feed while I take my precautions here. And if we do happen to get knocked off air, stay with West Michigan Weather. We will keep you advised. We will be transitioning to the live feed now. Just a heads up, I'm going to be beginning the transition to your guys' feed here.
Dropping me off at my house. Focus on this stuff.
So enough time for you to get back.
No, but
All right. To the record.
I don't know how to get to my
All right. I will get with you guys in just a second here. We have a new destructive tag, or not, we're continuing the destructive thunderstorm warning for Ingham and Clinton counties. And that continues for the next 20 minutes. In Lansing Metro, especially, or John's area. So that is where I'm seeing the highest wind concern right now. So, you guys need to be in a basement storm shelter. And then I'll get right with you guys in just a second here. I'm serious, baby. I can run the stream just as well from the parking lot here. Thanks.
No, but I'm trying to get over right now. Can't.
Okay. Yeah, that turn on. You want to get
Well,
over?
if you look behind us, there's about 4 miles of traffic.
Hey,
Okay.
it is alright.
Okay.
Yeah, feel free to just go to your office so we can run it from there just as well. Okay. No, I'm serious. Like, make a difference. Flip over. Jacob had taken shelter due to the strong winds that are moving towards his location in Gratiot County. Gratiot County as well, also seeing in kind of approaching 80-mile-per-hour mark as well. Just to the south of Carson City, northwest of Maple Rapids, heading towards and North Star at the south side of Ithaca. You guys could be in for some of those damaging winds as well. You guys have a tree producing fairly widespread damage, multiple measured wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. And of course, again, St. John's, we're watching you guys as you have winds almost on top of you guys now of considerable magnitude. So we could see considerable tree damage, extensive damage to power lines and roofs. There's tree damage. And then, of course, Lansing, that includes Michigan State University. It includes the Capital Region. You guys are all under a destructive tag, extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning. So you guys need to be in a storm shelter or basement as well. And I do apologize for the lag we are seeing here. Their cell is being overloaded here due to the power outages and the damage in the area that we're in here near Kentwood, Michigan. So I know the imagery you're seeing is probably not great, but hopefully my audio is okay. If you guys could let me know if audio is okay, that would be fantastic. Let me pull up chat here. 13 minutes ago, Cody's got pretty well in Bronson briefly. Yep, these are fast-moving thunderstorms for sure. Moving at 60, 70 miles per hour, so take these warnings slowly. And up near Perryton, still seeing winds approaching 80 miles an hour, 3,000 off the surface. So it's possible that these are moving down to the surface. Jazz, thanks for letting me know it was okay for now. Let me know if that changes, guys. It looks like the stream quality might be a little better. Bottom line, destructive thunderstorm warning continues for areas southeast of Alamo, so St. John's, Plant, Kelsey, Ovid, DeWitt, Riley, the US 127 corridor, especially north of I-69, and then again the Lansing Metro, Michigan State University, Okemos, Haslett, Delhi Charter Township. Your guys' destructive tag, severe thunderstorm warning, continues for 80 miles per hour wind gusts. Again, these can mimic tornadoes and can also often cause damage that is much more widespread than tornadoes because, of course, it's the entire line that has those winds, and it's not just where the tornado is. So no indications that there's a tornado on the ground at this point, but you still need to be taking your tornado precautions because this destructive tag, severe thunderstorm warning, is for tornado-like wind speed. So if you're in a mobile home, if you're in a vehicle, if you're in the second floor of a building, like an apartment complex, you need to get out. Move to the lowest floor, interior-most room of a sturdy structure. So if there's a gas station nearby, something like that is better than the second floor of an apartment or a mobile home. A restaurant, anywhere where you can get into a more substantial shelter. And they are trimming back the severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are if you're east of Howard City, if you're east of Greenville, east of Ionia, east of Lake Odessa, east of Marshall, you guys are all in the clear now. So really, it's the M66 corridor and points east that are still under that severe thunderstorm warning, 470 mile per hour winds. And again, we're watching the Perryton area specifically right now as those winds continue to show at 79 miles per hour right near Perryton. And then that will eventually track off to North Star and Ithaca as well. Copy. You have significant structural damage. Pictures would be great. Your transmission is really hard to copy, so I wasn't able to understand where it is. But I understand you have significant structural damage. All right, so that was Owen on the radio. He has significant structural damage. I will take a look and see where he is at right now. So he's in the Lakewood or Woodland area, excuse me. It's the Early Childhood Center, Lakewood Early Hood Child Center in Woodland. Significant structural damage. We'll try to get some images of that of that soon, so that you guys can see that. So this pocket of strong winds we've been watching is now right over Perryton. It continues to track off towards North Star and the south side of Ithaca. I'm going to put a storm track on this for you guys, but again, these are moving very, very quickly. So North Star, you've got about 10 minutes. I would say the south side of Ithaca, you have about 7 minutes. And it is through Perryton already. So Newark, Ithaca, North Star, the Gratiot Saginaw State Game Area, the north side of Ashley. You guys need to be taking shelter. Definitely the lowest floor of a sturdy building. It wouldn't hurt to take your tornado precautions there. We're borderline destructive tag criteria here as well. And then, of course, we still have the St. John's area we're watching as well. So Duplain, Elsie. Also seeing some pockets approaching 80 miles per hour there. Just east of US 127, heading towards Elsie and Chapin. The south side of Ashley, right south of M57. So really, if you're anywhere from Sumner to St. John's, to Ovid, even Lanesburg, you need to be in a safe place. Interior-most room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building, away from windows. And then just a little bit of an update. Our severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled for all areas along and west of US 131. So if you're in Kent if you're west of US 131, you are all clear at this point for severe weather. So areas along and west of US 131, severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled. There is no longer a severe threat west of US 131. Most definitely still a severe threat approaching the US 127 corridor right now. Again, from Ovid all the way up to Sumner, maybe even the south side of Alma at this point. Showing winds between 65 and 80 miles per hour. National Weather Service office out of Detroit now issuing severe thunderstorm warnings of their own for considerable tags, or for considerable damage, excuse me. Again, you guys see all these squares here and all these little damage pinpoints. Those are the extent of the damage we saw. 75 mile per hour measured wind gust at the Gerald R. Ford Airport, 59 just south of Ionia. And that is the same storm that is showing these damaging winds continuing, now approaching the US 127 corridor from Alma to St. John's.
I just wanted to notify you guys I have tornado sirens going off now in Ithaca.
All right. So the emergency management agencies in Gratiot County have set off their warning sirens. Again, that is because we have very strong winds moving into this area, approaching 80 miles per hour. Copy, Jacob. Thanks. Right, so they have trimmed up the destructive tag warning now. So if you're east of the Lansing Airport, east of St. John's, continue to remain in shelter. You guys continue to remain under that destructive tag warning. But if you're west of St. John's, west of DeWitt, west of Lansing, and west of Delhi Charter Township, you guys are no longer under the most significant damaging wind threat.
Multiple 12-inch tree limbs down Nash Highway and Nash Highway on KEIM.
All right, so Owen has some more tree limbs down along Nash Highway. Hopefully, Owen can get us some pictures here soon. All right, sounds good, Owen. Again, if you can get us pictures at some point, that would be fantastic.
I pinged you in Discord.
I copy. I'll take a look. All right, so we're gonna take a look at pictures that Owen sent in. And then I will try to get those pulled up on the stream for you guys a second. Bear with me. We're Going a little bit on the fly here today. Ithaca, those winds are moving in right now. Again, Ithaca, North Star, those winds are on top of you. Your time has run out. You need to be in a safe place. Interiormost room on the lowest floor of a sturdy building away from doors and windows. And this is what Owen has sent us. You can see the damage to that structure. Looks like the roof was torn off. I don't see any trees down on it or anything like that, so it does look like that the roof was torn off. Let me add another source here. Give you guys a little bit of a better view of the damage. Again, this is coming to us from the Lakewood Early Childhood Center. You can see it right there. We have quite a significant amount of structural damage to that building there. Oh, and have you informed GRR about that damage?
I have not yet. That picture is not from me. I am on my way to get more pictures.
I copy. All right, so these winds have moved into the heart of Ithaca. Thankfully, they are staying under 80 miles per hour, but they are very close to that threshold there near Ithaca, so continue to remain sheltered. Once it is safe to do so, I'm sure Jacob will be trying to get us some additional photos if he has any damage there. Turn off those sources now. We'll go back to our radar. So again, you can see that our pocket of strongest winds here, right here in Ithaca. Again, these are around 70, 75 miles per hour. The borderline tornado wind speeds. If you're south of Ithaca, especially if you're south of M57, the winds have moved east of 127. North of M57, they're still right on top of US 127 at this point, so continue to remain sheltered. Look at these winds from the Detroit radar site for just a second. They're pretty much confirming the same thing. Katie, I hope you're off the runway at this point. Wouldn't be surprised to see you guys still on the ground there, having to watch us. Definitely got really windy at the Gerald R. Ford Airport there. Our pocket of strongest winds has now moved east of 127, slightly east of 127 there, just north of Ithaca. That'll continue to track towards Wheeler. So Rathbone, Emerson Center, Langport, Breckenridge, and M46 near Merrill and Wheeler. That is where this pocket of stronger winds is now heading. And we can put a storm track on this. Oops. Put a storm track on this. So 2 minutes for Emerson Center. You guys are out of time. Breckenridge, you have about 9 minutes. Okay.
Hey, Owen, check your phone.
You guys need to be in a safe place, especially if you're in Emerson Center. Again, Ashley, right along M57, especially if you're east of Ashley, southeast of Ashley along M57 there near Bannister and Fenmore. You guys are also experiencing some of those higher winds. It's really anywhere from Chapin and Elsie all the way back towards Alma and points northeast of there need to be in a safe place.
Yeah, give me about 5 minutes and I will probably be coming out of shelter, since it looks like the highest winds have passed over my location near downtown Ithaca. So give me about 5 minutes and I'll probably start transitioning things back over to my side. I still have power. We should still be on air, so it's going to be 5 minutes.
Copy, sounds good. I can confirm that we're on air. Yep. Take all the time you need. But I will say that, yeah, the winds have moved north and east of your location. That is a van.
I think it's Kaylee.
I think it's Kaylee.
It's the Monday, right?
Yeah.
Did you
621.
That's good.
Could have gone potty at the gas station.
Didn't have to.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. These storms are continuing to track off to the northeast. Let's take a wider picture view. So really along and east of US 127 are our main concerns right now.
12-inch diameter tree snapped yesterday.
So he's got lots of tree damage his way, it sounds like. He's given us a report about every 3 to 5 minutes of more trees down. Also had a 74 mile per hour measured wind gust at the airport in Springfield, at the Battle Creek Executive Airport there. 74 miles per hour. But yeah, along and east of US 127, those are our main concerns. Jackson proper, you guys still have a little bit to go. I know you guys are right along US 127 there. And you did just have a 70 mile per hour wind report. Actually, that was from an hour ago, so I don't know how much relevance that's going to have. It looks like that was from that prior activity that went through that area. Again, my main concern still is really all of Gratiot County at this point, especially the eastern part of Gratiot County. The rest of the most intense severe activity has moved largely east of our area or has weakened below severe limits. So especially the eastern half, northeastern quarter, especially of Gratiot County, that's where I'm most concerned right now, still showing winds near 70 miles per hour. We'll be waiting to see if any additional reports come out of that. Wheeler, this pocket of winds is almost on top of you, especially the south side of Wheeler and the south side of Breckenridge. These are on top of you. Langport, Rathbone.
Hey, Jonah, quick assessment of the situation here before I come back upstairs. Not too much damage to report here, at least in my area near downtown Ithaca. Just a few small tree limbs down. Heavy downpours continue to fall, and tornado sirens are going off again, but no major damage, at least at my neck of the woods. Just a few, like 1-inch tree branches down. That's about it.
Copy. Sounds good. Yeah, when you get back upstairs, let me know. I'll continue to cover for now. Looks like our storms are moving off to the northeast of Breckenridge, now right along M46 west of Merrill, south of North Wheeler. And those are approaching M30. So M30 and M46, and that's where our pocket of highest winds is. Also have some indications that winds could still be approaching 70 miles per hour, really all the way from between Alma and Ashley. So, again, those are going to continue behind the heaviest precipitation for at least a little bit. We'll go back to our velocity product here. So you can see our pocket of highest winds has moved east of the Gratiot County line into Saginaw County. That is out of our area. Still have some winds approaching 70 miles per hour near Emerson Center, heading towards Wheeler. Again, Wheeler, you have about, well, your time is up, actually. The bulk of those winds are moving right into your area right now in this latest radar scan that just popped up. So, and Jacob should be back here soon. They're trimming the rest of that warning off again. So, US 127 and points east is where we're concerned. And that only it continues for another 8 minutes or so. So that will be good. So we should be largely in the clear here for much of our area in the next 10 minutes or so. Our warning down here issued by Northern Indiana for Hillsdale County also expires in 8 minutes. So barring these getting canceled early, which I don't think is immediately likely, we should be in the clear here in the next 10 minutes or so. Really, my only area of immediate concern continues to be northeastern Gratiot County. And again, we no longer have any kind of destructive tag in effect.
Jonah, I'm probably going to be transitioning back here over the next 30 seconds or so. Thanks for covering for me there for those few minutes, and I'll be taking back over in the next 30 seconds.
All right, sounds good. I will wrap up my thoughts, and then I will give it back to you. I'll let you know. All right, so Jacob's going to come back. He's going to take over the last little bit of our stream here as these storms continue to push north and east of US 127. Again, we should be in the clear here in the next 10 to 20 minutes. Our severe thunderstorm warnings are only in effect for 10 minutes. Bryce and I saw quite a good shelf cloud today. Might have had a brief wall cloud with some rotation there as that storm came into Kent County near Doran, Caledonia. And we found a turkey, or the turkey found us. So I've got a nice big turkey-sized dent in my right front fender. So another scar to add to the chase vehicle from storm chases. So that'll pretty much do it for us. We'll hang out with you guys until we wrap up our stream, since it sounds like it's only going to be for about another 10 minutes. But I am going to turn it back over to Jacob as soon as he's ready. So. And Jacob, I'm ready whenever you are.
Alrighty. Thank you, Jonah. This is Jacob Mountain back here with you. As you know, sometimes we need to practice what we preach here, and with the high winds being indicated on radar moving through Gratiot County, I just wanted to play it safe and do the right thing. We do continue to have tornado sirens going off in Gratiot County due to the potential for high winds. But as Jonah was mentioning for you, we are on the final stretch of our severe weather coverage here at West Michigan Weather. We do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings for portions of Isabella, Gratiot, Clinton, Ingham, and Jackson counties, and also Hillsdale counties. So along the US 127 corridor is where we are continuing to watch for severe weather potential. If you're also east of our area along the I-75 corridor from Bay City down to Flint and also Shiawassee County, you continue to have winds of up to 70 miles per hour. That will remain possible. That's coming out of our area. So if anyone happens to be watching in that area, just be ready to shelter with these potential for higher winds. Taking a look at velocities, as you can see, we're still showing some higher velocities across eastern Gratiot County. However, the strongest winds have pushed off into Saginaw County. Still maybe some gusty winds for areas like Wheeler, North Star, Ashley, maybe the Gratiot Saginaw State Game area. If you are in Clinton County, I really think the highest winds have pushed east into Shiawassee County. It does look like they are reissuing a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for the eastern portions of Ingham and Jackson counties. That is going to go until, as I pull that up, that is going to go until 4:45. That is going to be for Jackson and eastern portions of Ingham County. For the potential 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So we have dropped the considerable tag for that warning, as our other warning expired with the considerable tag. That will be expiring in the next few minutes. But for eastern Ingham, so areas like Williamston, Dansville, Stockbridge, and Jackson counties, we are continuing with severe thunderstorm warnings. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings continuing. This looks to be a reissuance. This is going to be for eastern portions of Hillsdale County, I should say, as well. So Hillsdale County, we have a severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for eastern portions of the county. So Somerset, Wheatland, the Pittsford area, and also Hudson, Ransom, Waldron areas. This is also for the potential 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Taking a look at our radar sources, I may be seeing, let me take a look at that. Near the Liberty area, we are watching just the potential of a little bit of a circulation. Probably just some higher winds. Same goes for Ingham County, just mainly seeing straight line winds. We'll go over the Detroit radar that provides a little bit of a better view. The highest winds right now are going to be in the Williamston, Dansville areas. And also Stockbridge as well. Things will be picking up over the next few minutes. This is for the warning. This is for Isabella, Gratiot, Clinton, and the western portions.
To 18-inch trees down in the village of
For Isabella, southern Isabella, Gratiot, eastern Clinton, the western half of Ingham County, and the western third of Jackson County, they are expiring this severe thunderstorm warning. So, in the case of Isabella, Gratiot, and Clinton County, you are now all clear from the severe thunderstorm threat. You'll want to continue to remain inside. We do have lightning ongoing behind the line of storms, but the severe threat appears to have ended.
Copy that. There should be a Twitter post with photos of the damage if you want to throw it off screen.
Yep, and we do have damage photos we will be showing off here in a little while. I just got to pull that up, but we will be doing that in the next little bit. We'll go ahead and we'll get that set up once we get through our severe thunderstorm coverage. However, so if you're in Isabella, Gratiot, and Clinton counties, you are all clear from the severe thunderstorm threat. If you are in Ingham County, mainly eastern portions of the county, you do continue with a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 45 minutes until around 4:45. If you are in the eastern two-thirds of central and eastern Jackson counties, central and eastern Jackson,
My security cameras picked a really bad time to stop working.
we do continue with a severe thunderstorm warning as well till 4:45 for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Same is going to go for eastern sections of Hillsdale County, also that's going to go until 5 o'clock. However, I do think storms will be out of here before, at least the strongest portions of the storms will be out of here before 5 o'clock, but we'll plan on sticking around till at least 4:45, if not 5 o'clock. But again, we're on the home stretch with these storms. Main concern now is east of the Lansing area. Alright, looks like we got a new warning that is starting to come in, however. This is going to be for northeastern Isabella and southeastern Clare counties. So areas like Clare, Rosebush, the Wise area, right along US 10 between Coleman and Clare, and also US 127 between Rosebush and Clare. This is a small-scale severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Taking a look at velocities up there, we are indicating some gusty winds, potentially up to 60 miles per hour near the Rosebush area, really southeast of there towards Wise, towards Oil City as well. That's going to be heading into Midland County in relative short order, I think. However, just a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued that goes until for the next half hour till 4:30. This is going to be for southeastern Clare and northeastern Isabella counties. So if you are in the Rosebush, Wise, Clare area, also Colinville, Herrick, and Loomis, the Delwyn and Leeton area as well. If you're northeast of the Saginaw Chippewa Nation area, you'll just want to be inside away from those windows, preferably on the lower floors if you can get there. I'm not seeing anything as extreme as we were looking at earlier. Down closer along 127 between Alma and Lansing especially. However, we are still seeing some reports of gusty winds potentially. Alright, so our active severe thunderstorm warnings right now are going to be for Clare and Isabella counties, and also Ingham, Jackson, and Hillsdale counties. Taking a look at our southern storms. Those are going to be, again, for 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. taking a look at our velocity products, the highest wind right now, it's going to be into the Fowler. This will be heading into Livingston County near Fowlerville. We are still watching potential higher winds near the Dansville area. Hold on, just checking a few things on my other computer. And Dansville, Stockbridge, you're likely seeing some gusty winds right now. Jackson, you're likely seeing some gusty winds as well. Still seeing pockets of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Down towards the Horton and Liberty areas, I'm seeing pockets of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. And also, especially northeast Hillsdale County, let me look from the other radar too, though. 50 to 60 mile per hour winds being detected near the Moscow area in northeast Hillsdale County. Back through the Pittsford and Hudson areas. Wheatland, you're likely seeing some gusty winds, and Waldron. However, these will be out of the county probably, let me get a storm motion on it. East at 45, we'll track it out. This will be out of the county in relatively short order. It'll be in the Rollin area around 411, in the Adrian area around 431. But that's going to be in the Winaway County, so that will be out of the county in relatively short order, and I do not think the warning will end up going until it's, let me double check the expiration, 5 p.m. expiration. I do not think it'll last that long. It'll be out of the county in relatively short order. But Somerset, you're starting to see some gustier winds right now, potentially up to 60 miles per hour. Same is going to go for the Jackson area, Stockbridge, Williamston. And then up into portions of Livingston and also Shiawassee, Genesee, Saginaw, Midland, and Bay counties. That is outside of our coverage area. But we still have some gusty winds also possible up into Clare and Isabella counties. Again, where we have a small-scale severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for southeastern Clare and northeastern Isabella counties. Gustiest winds there right now are going to be near the Wise area, towards Rosebush. It'll potentially lift into southeastern Clare County, mainly rural areas. I think it'll stay southeast of Clare, the strongest part, and it will really be pushing east and out of our area over the next little bit. So our main areas of concern right now is going to be eastern Ingham County, is where I'm seeing still some decent, strong and damaging wind potential. Near Stockbridge, near Dansville and Williamston, that will be pushing east and into portions of Livingston County in relatively short order. Now just give me a couple minutes, guys. I'm going to be working behind the scenes to get us show off some damage photos. So just a minute to work on that behind the scenes here. In the meantime, if you have any reports to pass along to us, especially in the current severe thunderstorm warnings or really anywhere, if you have damage reports, do feel free to let us know. That is going to be for anywhere. If you have damage reports, let us know. You can tag us on social media, let us know in chat. I do have the ability to see chat here. You can also let us know, again, on socials or on our website at www.westmichiganweather.net. That is where we have a place where you can submit those storm reports to us. We would greatly appreciate it. Just a second, some technical issues, so just a second. I have to try another way to get us. Alright, so in the meantime, our gustiest winds right now are really going to be moving out of Ingham County in relatively short order. So, still in Stockbridge, exiting Williamson right now. Try a secondary browser, see if that'll get us in. Actually, what I think I can do it in-house. Give me just a second while I do it on the main computer. Give me just a second while I set this up on the main computer. I'm just trying to get the ability to show off some damage photos. So give me just a second while I set that up. Bear with me here.
Jacob, we're gonna jump off on our end here. The base.
That's right. Appears to be about over for our area.
Alright, copy. I'm working on getting your guys' tweet up. There's some technical issues on my other computer, but I'm doing it on the main computer. So give me just a second. But thank you for your guys' time today. Greatly appreciate it. And be safe.
Yeah, thanks for running the stream. Nice job.
Right.
859.1 mile an hour wind gust at 2:50 p.m. at the 5000 block of Velty Road, Woodland, Michigan. Extensive tree damage in surrounding area. Some tree limbs lofted upwards of 100 yards.
Thank you for that, Owen. Greatly appreciate that. Alright, so we are getting our... this is going to be from the Woodland area, near the Lakewood Early Childhood Center. Let me transition over to that. And see, this is courtesy of Owen. This is some significant structural damage near the Lakewood, at the Lakewood Early Childhood Center in Woodland. This appears to be a partial roof and wall collapse. At the Lakewood Early Childhood Center in Woodland. Woodland is near the, in northeastern Berry County, kind of near the Ionia County line. South of Lake Odessa, for those of you not familiar. But this is at the Lakewood Early Childhood Center in the Woodland area. We have significant structural damage as a result of the high winds with these storms. A partial wall and roof collapse at the Lakewood Early Childhood Center. Again, these photos are from our own Owen Drake, who was out in the field as well today. We greatly appreciate these pictures from him. And again, if anyone else has any reports to pass along to us, feel free to let us know. Actually, while I'm in here, what I want to do is it's going to go back just for a minute. Go back to radar just for a second while I work on getting another tab up. I do want to show off some power outages as well, so give me just a second while I get that set up. Alright, go back to that full. And again, this is the consumer's energy outage map. Hold on, let me redo that. It doesn't quite look right. Give me just a second. I'll just do screen 1. Okay, you guys can see my screen. Zoom back out. This is the consumer's energy outage map, And as you can see, we got numerous power outages across the area as a result of these storms. Well, this is the consumer's map, so it does not cover areas like Berrien County, Cass County, portions of St. Joseph County. That is also parts of Van Buren. That is Indiana Michigan Power, I believe, out there. So this does not account for those. I'm sure there's outages there too, but this is the consumer's energy outage map, one of the main providers in our area. And as you see, there's numerous power outages of these storms across Van Buren, Kalamazoo, Calhoun, Jackson, St. Joseph, Branch, not too many in the way of outages. Hillsdale County, we have outages. In Calhoun, Jackson County, Kalamazoo County, we got quite a few outages. Allegan, Ottawa, and Kent County, we got quite a few outages. Newaygo County, Montcalm County, we have some outages. Gratiot County, we got quite a few outages, including including nearby my area. We lucked out and held on the power here, but surrounding me, we do have some outages. And then up into Isabella County, we have some outages, and up into Clare County as well. Southeastern Clare County, where that current severe thunderstorm warning is, we do have some power outages as a result of the high winds. And also Ingham County, Clinton County, some outages as well. So definitely some very rough storms out there with that are getting ready to move out of our area. We still have some severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for our area. However, probably in the next half hour, 45 minutes at the latest, I think we will be wrapping up our severe weather threat here locally. So, Project Everwell on YouTube shows how strong it is that it keeps taking out the MSC live stream. That does not surprise me with the strength of these storms. In fact, on the radar here, we can go, in Wenaway County, we got high winds. Monroe County, we got high winds. We still have some high winds being indicated, mainly in far eastern Ingham County at this point. North of Stockbridge especially. We're still seeing pockets of 50 to 60 miles per hour winds potentially. Down in the southeastern Jackson County especially, still seeing some pockets of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Yeah, it looks like they are updating our severe thunderstorm warning for Hillsdale County. It does continue for really a very, very small sliver of eastern Hillsdale County, really towards the Hudson area. That's about it. A very, very small sliver of Hillsdale County, really right along US 127. But most of Hillsdale County, you have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm warning, and the strongest storms at this point are really into Wenaway County. So Hillsdale County, I know Hudson area are technically still in the warning, but realistically, Hillsdale County, your severe threat has wrapped up for the most part. We are updating our severe thunderstorm warning also for Ingham and Jackson counties. If you are in Williamston and Dansville, you are cleared from the severe thunderstorm warning. This is mainly the Stockbridge area at this point, up towards the Millville area, north of Stockbridge. This is going to be, I know Millville is just one of those points of interest, not really too much out there, but from Stockbridge is really our main area still, into eastern Jackson County, mainly east of Jackson at this point, so Leone, Waterloo Village, over towards Munith, the Grass Lake area, Napoleon, Brooklyn is our main focus there. And that really goes down into Wenaway County. We do still continue with our severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Isabella and Clare counties. However, I will say the strongest winds there will be pushing out of that area probably in the next give me 10 minutes or so. We'll probably be pushing that out of the area and into Midland and Gladwin counties. Further to the north, we are still watching storms This is going to be Osceola County. We're watching some storms. I'm not necessarily seeing signs of anything severe with these right now. Take a look at velocities. I'm not really seeing too much to be concerned about. We'll take a look at a different radar just to be sure. I'm not really seeing too much to be concerned about there. These look to be mainly rainmakers at this point. Not seeing anything offer anything awful on velocities. Nothing of real significance there, so not really even much in the way of lightning. These are mainly just rainmakers at this point. And I will say most of the severe weather has really pushed east of our area at this point, more into southeast lower Michigan. So I will say I do think within the next half hour, at the latest, we're going to be able to wrap up our severe coverage. A few more storm reports I have gotten in here. At the airport in Lansing, I know we had that extremely dangerous situation, severe thunderstorm warning earlier this afternoon. This is the maximum wind gust I've seen at the airport there is 48 miles per hour. I do not have a measurement, unless somebody reports one from Gratiot County. However, I can tell you just from while I was in shelter, I could probably guesstimate 40 to 50 mile an hour winds here near downtown Ithaca. Just from my guesstimates, likely in the 40 to 50 mile an hour range, maybe up to 60, potentially. But I will say it was definitely windy, but not as intense as what radar was indicating, I don't think. However, that's just me, just my personal observations. There's still outages in the area, so it's definitely very windy. And I do really think, taking a look at velocities again, our strongest winds is starting to push out of Ingham County. Still maybe a little bit gusty east of M52, so east of Stockbridge, east of Millville. However, most of the winds are really pushing into Livingston County at this point. Kylie says, I got a thunderstorm warning today. A lot of us did. A lot of West Michigan did, especially south of US 10. Really, most good portion of our area did, Kylie. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings. We had a few destructive and extremely dangerous extremely dangerous situation tag, severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly for the high winds. We did have a few areas of potential rotation. However, I have not heard any official reports of tornadoes touching down or anything like that. If there were any, I'm sure the National Weather Service would determine that. If they need to send survey crews, they will. However, a lot of what I've been seeing today has really been damaging straight line winds. So, currently our only active severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me take off radar just for a second so we can get a clearer look at the situation. If you are west of the M66 corridor, I'll say, along US 127, you are still under a severe thunderstorm watch. However, I really think the situation is clear for the most part, with the exception of Clare and Isabella counties. You still technically have a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 10 minutes or so, a little less than 10 minutes. However, the storm really will be pushing out of there and into Gladwin and Midland counties over the next few minutes. I expect that to be dropped. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings for still southeastern Ingham and eastern Jackson counties, but if I put the radar back up, the Detroit radar, that provides a little bit better view. Stockbridge, Leone, Waterloo Village, Leone, Napoleon, still some downpours, thunder and lightning, maybe some gustier winds still. But that will be pushing out and into Wenaway and Washtenaw counties over the next 20 minutes or so. And it does look like they did drop our warning that was in effect for Hillsdale County. So our only counties we have in effect right now. They are continuing the severe thunderstorm warning just for the next few minutes. They have dropped Isabella County, but they are keeping it for southeastern Clare County, really east of Clare. It's mainly rural areas over in Colinville. Near the Bailey Lake Club, they are continuing our severe thunderstorm warning for the next 7 minutes. However, a lot of what I'm seeing here, I'm not really seeing anything extremely concerning on our velocity product. But still some heavy downpours, maybe some gusty winds in southeastern Clare County, but that will be out of here within the next few minutes. We'll be heading into Gladwin County. We are again also still watching for showers and thunderstorms across the rest of Osceola and Clare counties. However, these are currently non-severe. Take a look at velocity from both the Grand Rapids and Gaylord radars. I am not seeing really anything of major concern there. Maybe some gustier winds, but nothing. Mainly just heavy downpours at this rate. And those will be lifted off to the north and east and out of our coverage area probably within, again, the next half hour to 45 minutes or so. But again, a lot of our severe thunderstorm warnings at this point are east of our coverage area. Are out of our coverage area and are in southeast lower. Saginaw, Bay City, Flint area, down at Detroit Metro, Monroe, Ann Arbor, you're all under severe thunderstorm warnings for 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. And Gladwin County, you are not. I would have to see if Gaylord decides to go warning there or not. Of course, that would be outside of our coverage area, so not a major deal in terms of West Michigan, but something we have been watching for. We do have a damage report coming in northeast of Mount Pleasant, near south of the Delwyn area. Multiple trees on lines by River Road and Shepherd Road. That is going to be northeast of Mount Pleasant. East of the Mount Pleasant Municipal Airport is where that's going to be. There's reports of trees on lines. There's been quite a lot of that today across West Michigan. There's been a lot of damage, including some structure damage, unfortunately. I showed that on stream a little bit ago, and it is on our Twitter, of our damage at the Lakewood Early Childhood Center in Woodland. Some significant structural damage as a result of the high winds. And again, it looks like they have dropped. Okay, they have not dropped the warning all the way. We are continuing with a severe thunderstorm warning for eastern Jackson County. That's going to continue for the next 20 minutes. Eastern Jackson County at this point. Severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 5 miles to the northwest of Heartland to 6 miles southwest of Manchester, moving east at 35 miles per hour. Hazard continues to be 60 mile per hour wind gusts. I'll take a look at velocities. Still maybe indicating some 60 mile per hour gusts. Really east Leone, east Napoleon now. Pretty much near Grass Lake. And now I'll be moving across the county line and into Washtenaw County, probably in the next 10 minutes or so. Waterloo Village, you're still seeing some gusty winds. But Ingham County, your severe weather threat has ended for the evening. We are on the home stretch. I really think we will be ending our severe weather threat by 5 o'clock based on current trends. We're going back up north. We're still watching these storms as they lift off to the north. I'm not seeing any signs of anything imminently severe there. But however, this is going to be just some garden variety storms at this point. Let me look at velocities. I'm not really seeing anything all that concerning. They are updating our Clare County warning. They are allowing the warning for southeastern Clare County. That is going to be allowed to expire. Storm has weakened below severe limits and is beginning to move out to Gladwin County. So I really think we'll be wrapping up our severe weather coverage here in the not too distant future. So that leaves, at this point, that leaves eastern Jackson County in our severe thunderstorm warning for the next 15 minutes. This is the only severe thunderstorm warning that is going to be in effect for our coverage area. And I really think the strongest storms are moving to the east and into Washtenaw County. Taking a look at our velocity product again, we're still showing the potential for gusty to damaging winds up to around 60 miles per hour. Near Waterloo Village, right along I-94, near the Washtenaw Jackson County line. Grass Lake, Napoleon, Norvell. Brooklyn, you're likely still seeing some gustier winds. This is a different radar look. This is from the terminal Doppler weather radar for the Detroit Metro Airport, located near Sumter Township in southwestern Wayne County. This helps provide a little bit lower level look at the storm compared to radars in White Lake and also surrounding radars in northern Indiana and Grand Rapids. This radar helps provide a little lower look at the situation, and taking a look at that, I really think the strongest winds are to the east and into Washtenaw County at this point. However, we'll stick around just with the Detroit next rad up in White Lake, just with that indication. We'll stick around at least until it gets out of the county. Let's take a look behind the scenes at some information. I do want to show, we do have an updated outlook that we will show off once we get the severe winds out of here. Actually, so again, take a look at our velocity product. I will say the strongest winds are really beginning to push into Washtenaw County at this point. Still maybe some gusts, Napoleon, Brooklyn. Still seeing maybe some indications of 50 to 60. But really the strongest winds I really think have moved into, and it looks like they may have just dropped the warning for Jackson County. I think they have. We'll see here in just a moment. I think they have dropped the warning from Jackson County. So, if that is the case, that is going to be good news. And I really think that makes sense. So storms have really moved east into Washtenaw, Livingston, and Winaway counties. So at this point, some good news is that we no longer have active severe thunderstorm warnings across West Michigan. For the first time since earlier this afternoon, we've been live going on 4 hours now. We are still watching storms up in Osceola and Clare counties. We'll be watching these behind the scenes. Right now, I'm not really seeing anything imminently dangerous from these storms from both the Grand Rapids and Gaylord radars. We're not really seeing anything of too much concern with these storms. But nonetheless, we will be watching behind the scenes just in case, at least for the next 20 minutes or so, just in case they do go severe. I really don't think they will. They will probably lift off into the Gaylord County warning area, but for northeastern Osceola and northern Clare counties, so areas in north of Harrison over towards Marion, Long Lake Heights, Piney Woods, some of the smaller communities in that area. We'll be watching this cell for the next little bit, just in case it does turn severe. I do think that is going to be relatively unlikely at this point. Not a zero chance, but relatively unlikely. However, at this point, we do think the strongest storms have pushed off to the east. In just a second, I'm just setting up another header here, and I do want to mention the new severe weather outlook. Give me a second to load that in. If you are in southwest Michigan, let me hide the warnings. If you're in southwest Michigan, they have downgraded to a marginal risk, level 1 out of 5 of severe weather. We do maintain a slight risk technically for most of the area. However, I really think our severe weather threat is wrapping up for the evening. Our bigger severe weather threat will continue to be off to the west, where we do have a marginal risk of severe, we do have a moderate risk of severe weather, I should say, across portions of Kansas into Nebraska, Missouri, and into southwest Iowa as well. This red shading has a level 4 out of 5 marginal risk and an enhanced risk surrounding that. It extends down even into portions of northern Oklahoma. So our biggest severe weather threat is going to be off to our west after this, after we get done with this. I do want to note, in Dundee and Monroe, this is outside of our coverage area, but this is a notable report. 81 mile per hour wind gusts at Dundee in Monroe County, measured on a handheld anemometer by a trained spotter. 81 mile per hour wind gusts in Dundee. So definitely some significant winds across portions of lower Michigan. Remember, we had a 75 mile per hour wind gust at Grand Rapids at the airport earlier. So, and while I think we will be wrapping up our severe weather threat for today, I do want to mention we do still have a severe weather threat locally for tomorrow. Much of our area is in a marginal to slight risk again, level 1 or level 2 out of 5 risk for severe weather, with the greatest risk extending along and southeast of a, we'll say, St. Joseph to Ithaca line. That is where your greatest risk is going to be. I do think it'll be more confined to more southeast lower than necessarily here. Southeastern portions of our coverage area. So areas like Lansing, Kalamazoo, Jackson, maybe down towards Coldwater, Hillsdale, Sturgis, areas like that, I think have a little better chance of severe weather tomorrow. There's still a low end risk to the north of there, and it will still a little bit uncertain. And a lot of it depends on what happens tonight and then tomorrow morning. We do have a chance of some storms overnight tonight into tomorrow morning, but I do think those are relatively unlikely to be severe. Those are going to be unlikely to be severe at this point tonight. We do have some additional storms. Again, tomorrow afternoon, which could be severe. Best chance for severe weather will be across the southeast forecast areas. So again, in our slight risk. And main threats again will be damaging winds. I can show off the risks actually. Take a look. Starting at tornado, we do have a 2 to 4% of a tornado, particularly across our southeast forecast area. I know the header doesn't match yet, but in this dark green shading is our 2 to 4% risk for a tornado. In the yellow shading, this is wind potential. Again, our best wind potential, damaging wind potential, will be across our southeast forecast area. And taking a look at hail. Hail's also a risk, but similar to today, is going to be a lower end risk compared to the damaging winds. This will be as a cold front makes its way through. For today on Tuesday, that will move through Tuesday evening, and we look to enter a quieter pattern for the rest of the week. So taking that down again, we still have no active severe warnings at this point. Yeah, we'll still be watching. Again, I think it's unlikely to go severe. I'm just sticking around just for a few more minutes. Let these storms get out of mainly Clare County at this point is where we're watching. Just kind of watching these storms for a few more minutes. I'm not seeing anything of significance on radar. However, However, we're still watching just for a few more minutes. Just some heavy downpours and lightning near the Harrison area, up towards Houghton Lake, Grayling, up in the northern lower. Let me turn warnings back on though. And again, a lot of our warnings at this point are going to be in southeast lower. It's like Tuscola, Lapeer, Genesee counties. Also, Livingston, Oakland, Washtenaw, Wayne, Wenaway, and Monroe counties. We are continuing to watch severe thunderstorms. Again, we did have an 81-mile-per-hour wind gust near the Dundee area in Monroe County. So definitely still some strong storms ongoing. And it looks like we also did have, this is outside of our area again, but it's at the MBS Airport, International Airport, northwest of Saginaw, 56-mile-per-hour gust at the Tri-Cities Airport, MBS. So definitely a lot of wind gusts between 50 and 75 miles per hour locally, with 80-mile-per-hour winds in far southeast lower Michigan. And taking a look behind the scenes at the consumers maps. Definitely still have a lot of outages out there across the area. Scattered and numerous power outages due to the high winds. But I do think the worst is over for today. We'll do this one more time tomorrow, which we'll have to see what happens tomorrow morning. As again, we'll have a weakening line of storms, potentially try to get in overnight into early tomorrow morning, which if that does successfully come through, could help lower our severe chances tomorrow, which is really confined at this point to our southeastern forecast area, it's looking like. So really areas like Lansing, Jackson, maybe back towards Marshall, areas like that is our main concern for tomorrow. Again, before we do sign off here, I do think we will be doing so within the next few minutes, just waiting for these storms to get out of Clare County. Yeah, I do want to get some updated information. One second to check. Rapids. Alright, they have canceled the severe thunderstorm watch for Clare, Clinton, Gratiot, Ingham, and Isabella and Jackson counties, so the US 127 corridor. They have canceled the severe thunderstorm watch. So at this point, I think we are safe to wrap up our severe weather coverage since they have canceled the severe thunderstorm watch. Let me check on Hillsdale County. They have also canceled the severe thunderstorm watch for Hillsdale County. So those have all been canceled. Those are coming through now. They have canceled the severe thunderstorm watch for all of West Michigan. And you see some reports populating, just a lot of the wind reports. 50 and 75 miles per hour locally. Highest gusts at the Grand Rapids Airport at 75, 74 near Battle Creek at the Kellogg Regional Airport near Springfield. And just a lot of 50 to 75 mile per hour winds. 81 miles per hour, again, out of our coverage area, but in southeast lower near Dundee. But with the severe thunderstorm watches being canceled, I think it is safe to wrap up our severe weather coverage for the evening. Again, severe weather at this point is unlikely for the rest of today and tonight, so as long as you don't have any cleaning up to do, there's been some damage, but if you don't have any cleaning up to do, should be a good rest of the evening once we get the leftover rain out of here. But the severe weather threat at this point has ended for our coverage area. So I am going to go ahead and wrap the stream up on behalf of Bryce, Jonah, Owen, and the entire West Michigan Weather team. This is Jacob Melton signing off for West Michigan Weather. Thank you for tuning into our coverage this afternoon, and stick with West Michigan Weather. We'll keep you advised of the weather situation as conditions warrant. and thank you for joining us this afternoon.